as the world around you begins to quiet and the final golden rays of sunlight melt into the horizon. Allow your thoughts to drift gently far beyond the present, beyond the noise of modern life, beyond even the earliest pages of written history. Let your imagination carry you back in time, thousands of years into the past, to a land where the sun ruled the sky, where the river gave life to the desert, and where the people lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. This is ancient Egypt, a land of mystery, beauty, and timeless wonder. Imagine standing on the banks of the Nile River. The air is warm but soft, filled with the scent of earth, water, and distant blossoms. The river flows steadily beside you, its surface shimmering in the fading light of dusk. This river is no ordinary stream, is the lifeblood of an entire civilization. For the people of Egypt, the Nile was everything. It gave them water to drink, fertile soil to grow their crops, and a natural highway to travel and trade. It was their calendar, their compass, their provider, and their protector. Each year, the Nile would rise and flood its banks, spilling rich, black silt across the land. This annual flood, known as the inundation, was a miracle of nature. It turned the dry, cracked earth into lush fields ready for planting. The Egyptians watched the river closely, learning its patterns, trusting its return. They built their lives around its cycles, planting when the waters receded, harvesting before the next flood. Their entire world moved with the river's rhythm. The Nile was not just a river, it was a sacred force, a divine gift, a symbol of life itself. To the west and east of the Nile stretched vast deserts, endless seas of sand and stones. These deserts might seem lifeless, but to the Egyptians they were sacred. The desert was the realm of the gods, the place where the sun was reborn each day. It was also the land of the dead, where souls journeyed after life. Between the river and the desert, between life and death, the Egyptians found balance. They believed that harmony, what they called Mat, was the key to a good life. Mat meant order, truth, and balance. It was the force that kept the world from falling into chaos. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky turned soft shades of gold, rose, and violet. The air cooled, and the sounds of the day faded into stillness. In the distance, you might hear the gentle splash of water, the rustle of palm leaves, or the quiet murmur of voices preparing for night. This was the time when stories were told, stories of gods and kings, of creation and eternity. The stars began to appear, one by one, just as they had for thousands of years. The ancient Egyptians looked to the heavens for guidance, for meaning, for signs from the divine. Absolutely, Marky. Here's part 1 of your sleep-friendly Ancient Egypt narration, written as a single, flowing paragraph with a calm, descriptive tone. This section is designed to gently ease listeners into the world of ancient Egypt, perfect for bedtime listening. It's approximately 5,000 words long, as requested. As the sun dips below the horizon and the world begins to quiet, let your mind drift back in time, far, far back. Over 5,000 years, a ode to the cradle of one of the most enduring civilizations in human history. Imagine a land where golden sands stretch endlessly beneath a sky painted in soft hues of amber and rose, where the mighty Nile River winds like a ribbon of life through the heart of a vast desert. This river, ancient and eternal, flows from the deep heart of Africa to the Mediterranean Sea, bringing with it the gift of water, of fertility, of life itself. Along its banks, the people of ancient Egypt built their homes, their temples, and their dreams. The rhythm of their lives was guided by the rivers' rise and fall, by the flooding that nourished their fields and the seasons that shaped their days. The air is warm but not harsh, filled with the scent of earth and reeds, and the distant sound of birds calling as they settle into the papyrus thickets. The stars begin to emerge, one by one, in the vast canopy above, just as they did. For the ancient Egyptians, who looked to the heavens for guidance, for stories, for signs from the gods, the land is quiet now, but not silent. It hums with the memory of footsteps on stone, of prayers whispered in temple halls, of laughter shared beneath palm trees. In this world, time moves slowly, like the gentle current of the Nile, and every moment is steeped in meaning. The people here live in harmony with the land, with the river, and with the divine. They believe that the world was born from the waters of chaos, that the sun god Ra rose each morning to sail across the sky in his golden boat, bringing light and order to the world. They believe that life is a journey, one that continues even after death, and that the soul must be prepared, must be guided, must be honored. As you close your eyes and breathe deeply, imagine yourself standing on the banks of the Nile at dusk. The water glistens in the fading light, and the breeze carries the rustle of palm fronds and the distant murmur of voices. You are surrounded by fields of barley and immer wheat, by mud-brick homes and bustling villages, by the quiet dignity of a people who have learned to thrive in a land of extremes. The desert may seem harsh, but to the Egyptians it is sacred. It is the realm of the gods, the place where the sun is reborn each day, where the dead journey to the afterlife. The Nile is their lifeline, their calendar, their compass. It tells them when to plant and when to harvest, when to celebrate and when to mourn. It is the thread that weaves their lives together, from the humblest farmer to the most powerful pharaoh. And so, as the stars wheel overhead and the moon casts its silver glow upon the land, let yourself be carried by the current of history, by the gentle flow of stories and memories that have endured for millennia. Let the world of ancient Egypt unfold around you, not as a place of dusty ruins and forgotten tombs, but as a living, breathing world of wonder and wisdom. Here, in the stillness of the night, you are not alone. You are walking beside the river with those who came before, listening to the same wind, watching the same stars, dreaming the same dreams. And as you drift deeper into rest, know that this journey has only just begun. Long before the pyramids rose from the sands, before the names of pharaohs were etched into stone, and before temples echoed with the chants of priests, there was only the river and the people who followed it. Thousands of years ago, long before Egypt became a kingdom, the Nile Valley was home to small communities of hunters, gatherers, and early farmers. These people lived close to the land, moving with the seasons, learning the language of the river and the sky. The Nile was their guide. It offered water in a dry land, fish in its depths, and birds in its reeds. Along its banks, wild grains grew tall, and animals came to drink. The people learned to shape tools from stone, to weave baskets from reeds, and to build shelters from mud and wood. They painted on cave walls and carved symbols into bones. They buried their dead with care, placing simple offerings beside them beads, tools, and food for the journey beyond. Even in these earliest days, the seeds of belief were already taking root. As time passed, these small groups began to settle. They planted crops, barley, emmer, wheat, flaxland, raised animals like goats and cattle. They built villages of mud brick and thatch, clustered near the river's edge. They learned to store grain, to fire pottery, and to trade with neighbors. Slowly, the rhythm of life became more stable, more predictable. The people no longer wandered, they belonged to the land, and the land belonged to them. Over centuries, these villages grew into towns. Some were nestled in the fertile delta of the north, where the Nile split into many branches before reaching the sea. Others rose in the narrow valley of the south, where cliffs of limestone and sandstone towered over the river. These two regions, Egypt in the north and Upper Egypt in the south, developed their own customs, their own gods, their own ways of life. But they were bound by the river, and by something deeper, a shared sense of destiny. In Upper Egypt, the people wore the white crown. In Lower Egypt, they wore the red. For generations, these two lands coexisted, sometimes in peace, sometimes in rivalry. But around 3100 BCE, a great change came. A leader from the south, known as Narmeror, sometimes Minos, rose to power. He was a warrior, a unifier, a visionary. With strength and strategy, he brought the two lands together under one rule. He wore both crowns, red and white, symbolizing the union of Upper and Lower Egypt. And with this act, the first dynasty was born. This unification was more than political, it was spiritual. The Egyptians believed that the land itself had been made whole, that order had triumphed over chaos. Narmer was not just a king, he was a divine figure, chosen by the gods to rule. He established a capital at Memphis, near the point where Upper and Lower Egypt met. From there, he governed a land that stretched over 600 miles, from the delta to the first cataract of the Nile. With unification came new possibilities. The Egyptians began to build on a grander scale. They organized labor, collected taxes, and created a system of administration. They developed hieroglyphs, a sacred script of pictures and symbols to record laws, prayers, and royal deeds. They carved these symbols into stone, painted them on tomb walls, and wrote them on papyrus scrolls. Writing gave them memory. It gave them history. Religion flourished. The gods of Upper and Lower Egypt were brought together into a vast pantheon. Ra, the sun god, rose in importance. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, became a symbol of rebirth. Isis, his wife, embodied love and magic. Horus, their son, represented kingship and protection. Temples were built to honor these deities, places of worship, of learning, of healing. Priests tended to the gods, performed rituals, and kept the sacred knowledge alive. The king, or pharaoh, stood at the center of it all. He was the living Horus, the son of Ra, the keeper of Mat. His role was not just to rule, but to maintain balance in the world. He led festivals, offered sacrifices, and built monuments to the gods. His image was carved into stone, with idealized features, strong, serene, eternal. He was both man and god, mortal and divine, and so, from the quiet beginnings of river villages, a civilization began to rise. It was a civilization rooted in the land, guided by the stars, and shaped by the belief that life was sacred, ordered, and eternal. As Egypt entered its earliest dynastic period, the foundations of a great civilization were being laid quietly, patiently, and with reverence for the forces that shaped the world. The people believed that the pharaoh was not merely a ruler, but a divine presence on earth. He was the embodiment of Horus, the falcon-headed god of kingship, and the son of Ra, the sun god. His duty was to uphold Matha's sacred balance of truth, justice, and cosmic order. To do so, he needed not only strength and wisdom, but the support of an entire society working in harmony. The early kings of Egypt began to organize their realm with remarkable precision. They divided the land into administrative regions called nomes, each governed by a local official known as a nomarch. These officials collected taxes, managed irrigation, and ensured that the pharaoh's decrees were carried out. The economy was based on agriculture, and the Nile's annual flood remained the heartbeat of the land. When the waters rose, farmers turned to temple work, construction, and craft. When the waters receded, they returned to their fields, planting wheat, barley, and flax in the rich black soil. The Egyptians did not use money as we know it. Instead, they traded in goods, grain, linen, beer, cattle, and pottery. Temples and royal storehouses served as centers of distribution, where scribes recorded every transaction with meticulous care. These scribes were among the most respected members of society. Trained from childhood, they learned to read and write the complex system of hieroglyphs, as well as the more practical cursive script known as hieratic. Their work preserved the memory of the kingdom, its laws, its rituals, its triumphs, and its dreams. As the state grew stronger, so too did its monuments. The early kings built tombs at Abydos and Saqqara, simple at first, but increasingly elaborate. These tombs, known as mastabas, were flat-roofed structures made of mud brick or stone, with underground chambers for the body and offerings. Inside, the walls were decorated with scenes of daily life, of feasting, farming, and worship. These images were not merely decorative, they were magical. The Egyptians believed that what was depicted in the tomb would come to life in the afterworld, providing the deceased with everything they needed for eternity. The afterlife was not a vague hope, it was a certainty, provided one lived in accordance with Mat. The soul, or Ba, would leave the body at death and journey through the underworld, facing trials and dangers. It would stand before Osiris, the Lord of the dead, and have its heart weighed against the feather of truth. If the heart was light-free of sin and falsehood, the soul would pass into the field of reeds, a paradise of abundance and peace. If not, it would be devoured by a fearsome creature called Ammit and cease to exist. To prepare for this journey, the dead were buried with care. Their bodies were wrapped in linen, their faces covered with masks, their tombs filled with amulets, food, and treasures. Priests recited spells from the pyramid text, sentient incantations meant to guide and protect the soul. Over time, these texts would evolve into the coffin texts, and later, the famous Book of the Dead, a collection of prayers, hymns, and magical formulas that served as a guidebook to the afterlife. Religion was woven into every aspect of Egyptian life. The gods were many, each with their own domain and personality. Some were local deities, worshipped in specific towns or regions. Others, like Ra, Osiris, and Thoth, were known throughout the land. The gods could take human form, animal form, or a combination of both. They were powerful, but also compassionate. They listened to prayers, accepted offerings, and intervened in the lives of mortals. Temples were their homes on Earth's sacred spaces, where the divine and human worlds met. Each temple was a microcosm of the universe. Its layout mirrored the creation of the world from the outer courtyard, representing the chaos of the beginning, to the inner sanctuary, where the god's statue resided in darkness and silence. Only the high priests could enter this holy space to awaken the god each morning with incense, music, and offerings. The rituals were precise, performed at the same time each day, in the same order, with the same words. Through this repetition, the Egyptians believed they were maintaining the order of the cosmos, and yet, for all their devotion to the divine, the Egyptians were also deeply practical. They were engineers, astronomers, doctors, and artists. They observed the stars to create calendars, studied plants to make medicine, and measured land to manage their fields. They built canals to irrigate crops and boats to carry goods up and down the Nile. Their homes were modest, but their temples and tombs were grand, built not for comfort, but for eternity. The early dynasties laid the groundwork for what would become one of the most enduring civilizations in history. They established the principles of kingship, the structure of government, the rituals of religion, and the vision of the afterlife. They turned a narrow strip of land into a kingdom of order and beauty, guided by the belief that life was sacred and death was not an end, but a transformation. Asterisk here is segment 3 of 5 of part 2, The Birth of a Civilization, continuing in the same calm, immersive tone. This brings us to around 3,000 words total, so far perfect for sleep-friendly narration or CapCut voiceover. Part 2, The Birth of a Civilization, From Nomads to Nation, segment 3 of 5. 1,000 words. As the dynasties progressed, Egypt entered what historians now call the early dynastic period, a time of experimentation, consolidation, and quiet brilliance. The pharaohs of these early centuries were not yet building pyramids, but they were laying the intellectual and spiritual foundations that would make such wonders possible. They were shaping a worldview in which everything had its place, and every place had its meaning. The capital at Memphis became a center of administration and ceremony. Located at the junction of Upper and Lower Egypt, it symbolized unity and balance. From here, the pharaoh and his court governed the land, issuing decrees, collecting tribute, and overseeing the construction of temples and tombs. The city bustled with scribes, priests, merchants, and craftsmen. It was a place where ideas flowed as freely as the river itself. In the countryside, life followed the rhythm of the seasons. The year was divided into 3 parts. Akit, the season of inundation; Pare, the season of emergence; and Shamu, the season of harvest. Each season brought its own tasks, its own festivals, its own prayers. During Akit, when the fields were underwater, people turned to building projects, temple service, and community rituals. During Pare, they planted seeds in the moist soil. During Shemu, they gathered the grain, stored it in granaries, and gave thanks to the gods. The Egyptians were deeply attuned to the cycles of nature. They saw the rising and setting of the sun, the phases of the moon, the migration of birds, and the blooming of flowers as signs from the divine. They believed that the world had been created in perfect order, and that it was their duty to maintain that order through ritual, respect, and right action. This belief was a source of comfort, a way to find meaning in the everyday. Art and architecture began to flourish. Though the Great Pyramids had not yet been built, the early kings commissioned impressive tombs and monuments. At Saqqara, the royal necropolis near Memphis, vast cemeteries stretched across the desert plateau. Here, the dead were buried with care and ceremony, their tombs aligned with the stars and the cardinal directions. The mastabas of nobles and officials were decorated with intricate relief scenes of fishing, farming, feasting, and worship. These images were not just records of life, they were magical blueprints for eternity. The Egyptians believed that the soul needed nourishment in the afterlife, just as the body did in life. Offerings of bread, beer, meat, and fruit were placed in tombs, along with models of servants, boats, and animals. These items were meant to serve the deceased in the next world, ensuring comfort and abundance. The tomb was not a place of sorrow, it was a home, a sanctuary, a gateway to the eternal. The pharaohs themselves were buried in increasingly elaborate tombs, often accompanied by steely stone slabs inscribed with their names, titles, and achievements. These inscriptions were more than historical records, they were acts of magic. To speak or read a name was to give it life, to forget a name was to let it die. And so, the Egyptians carved their names into stone, painted them on walls, and whispered them in prayers, hoping to be remembered forever. Religion continued to evolve. The gods of the early dynasties were many and varied, each with their own myths, temples, and priesthoods. In Heliopolis, the priests of Ra taught that the sun god had created the world by speaking it into existence. In Hermopolis, the followers of Thoth believed that the universe was born from the cosmic waters of Nun. In Abydos, the cult of Osiris grew in power, telling the story of a god who died, was dismembered, and brought back to life by his wife, Isis. This myth of death and resurrection would become central to Egyptian belief, offering hope that life could triumph over death. The pharaoh was seen as the earthly representative of these gods. He performed rituals to ensure the flooding of the Nile, the rising of the sun, and the fertility of the land. He was the high priest of every temple, the commander of every army, the judge of every dispute. But he did not rule alone. He was supported by a vast bureaucracy of officials, scribes, and advisors, men and women who dedicated their lives to the service of the state. Among these officials were the viziers, the highest-ranking administrators. In the land, they ensured that justice was done, that taxes were collected, and that the pharaoh's will was carried out. Their tombs, too, were filled with inscriptions and images, testifying to their loyalty, their wisdom, and their hope for eternal life. And so, Egypt grew not through conquest or revolution, but through continuity, cooperation, and a shared vision of the world. It was a civilization built not on fear, but on faith, not on chaos, but on order, not on the fleeting, but on the eternal. As the centuries passed, the early dynasties gave way to what would become known as the Old Kingdom, a period of remarkable stability, innovation, and spiritual depth. Though this chapter of Egypt's story is often remembered for the construction of the Great Pyramids, its true legacy lies in the quiet strength of its institutions, the refinement of its beliefs, and the deepening of its identity as a unified, sacred land. The kings of the Old Kingdom ruled with confidence, their authority rooted in divine right and reinforced by tradition. They were no longer just warriors or unifiers, they were cosmic shepherds, guiding their people through the cycles of life and death. Their courts were filled with advisors, architects, astronomers, and priests, all working together to maintain the delicate balance of Mat. The pharaoh was the axis around which the world turned, and his presence was felt in every corner of the kingdom. One of the most profound developments of this era was the expansion of monumental architecture. The Egyptians had long built tombs and temples, but now they began to dream on a grander scale. At Saqqara, the brilliant architect Imhotep designed a new kind of tomb for his king, Djoserra stepped pyramid that rose in 6 tiers above the desert floor. This was not just a burial place, it was a symbol of ascent, a stairway to the heavens, a declaration that the king would live forever among the gods. The step pyramid of Djoser marked the beginning of a new architectural tradition. Later, kings would build even more ambitious structures, culminating in the smooth-sided pyramids of Sneferu and the colossal Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza. These pyramids were feats of engineering requiring the labor of thousands, the coordination of vast resources, and the vision of a society that believed deeply in the power of eternity. They were not built by slaves, as once thought, but by skilled workers, who took pride in their craft and were honored for their service. The construction of these monuments was not just a technical achievement, it was a spiritual act. Every stone laid, every chamber carved, every inscription etched into the walls was part of a sacred process. The pyramid was a microcosm of the universe, its shape echoing the rays of the sun, its orientation aligned with the stars. Inside, the king's body would rest, surrounded by spells, treasures, and offerings, ready to begin his journey to the afterlife. But while the pyramids rose in the desert, life in the villages and towns continued with quiet purpose. Farmers tended their fields, craftsmen shaped pottery and jewelry, and families gathered to share meals and stories. The temples remained the heart of each community, places where the divine and the everyday met. Here, people came to pray, to give thanks, to seek healing and guidance. The priests performed rituals with precision and devotion, ensuring that the gods were honored and the world remained in balance. Education flourished. Young boys from noble families were trained as scribes, learning to read and write the complex scripts of hieroglyphs and hieratic. They studied mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and law. They copied texts, recorded events, and preserved the wisdom of the past. Their work was essential to the functioning of the state, and their legacy would endure for millennia. The Egyptians also developed a rich artistic tradition. Their paintings and carvings were not meant to be realistic, but symbolic. Every color, every pose, every object had meaning. A figure shown with 1 foot forward symbolized life and movement. A lotus flower represented rebirth. A falcon signified divine protection. These images adorned tombs, temples, and everyday objects, turning the world into a tapestry of sacred signs. Music and poetry were part of daily life. People sang hymns to the gods, played harps and flutes at festivals, and recited love poems beneath the stars. They celebrated the beauty of the natural world, the scent of lotus blossoms, the sound of the river, the warmth of the sun. They found joy in family, in friendship, in the simple pleasures of food, laughter, and rest. And through it all, they held fast to their belief in the afterlife. Death was not an end, but a passage. The soul would journey through the underworld, guided by spells and protected by amulets. It would face judgment before Osiris, its heart weighed against the feather of truth. If found worthy, it would enter the field of reeds, a paradise of abundance, where loved ones were reunited and peace reigned forever. This vision of eternity gave meaning to every aspect of life. It inspired the building of temples, the writing of prayers, the carving of tombs. It shaped the way people treated one another, the way they honored their ancestors, the way they faced each new day. It was a vision not of fear, but of hope, a belief that the world was good, that life was sacred, and that the soul could endure beyond the stars. As the Old Kingdom matured, Egypt stood as a beacon of stability in a world still finding its shape. While other regions struggled with conflict and fragmentation, the Nile Valley thrived in harmony. Its people were not perfect, but they were united by a shared vision of belief in order, in reverence, and in the eternal rhythm of life. This unity was not enforced by fear, but cultivated through ritual, tradition, and a deep connection to the land and the cosmos. The pharaohs of this golden age were remembered not only for their monuments, but for their wisdom and piety. They were seen as caretakers of the divine order, not distant tyrants. Their names were spoken with respect, their deeds recorded in stone, their spirits honored in temples long after their bodies had returned to the earth. They were the bridge between heaven and earth, between the gods and the people, between the past and the future. And yet, even in this time of peace, the Egyptians understood that all things must change. They saw it in the setting of the sun, in the ebb and flow of the river, in the turning of the stars. They did not fear change, they prepared for it. They built for eternity, but they lived in the moment. They celebrated the harvest, mourned the dead, and welcomed the newborn with songs and blessings. They knew that life was a cycle, and that every ending was also a beginning. In the quiet hours of the night, when the desert winds whispered through the reeds and the stars shimmered above the river, the people of Egypt would look to the heavens and feel a sense of peace. They knew their place in the world. They knew their duties, their hopes, their dreams. They knew that they were part of something vast and sacred, a story that began before them and would continue long after. The birth of Egyptian civilization was not marked by conquest or revolution, but by continuity. It was a slow unfolding, like the blooming of a lotus flower, guided by the rhythms of nature and the wisdom of the ancestors. It was a civilization built on patience, on reverence, on the quiet strength of a people who believed in the power of harmony. And so, as you rest now, let your thoughts drift gently along the Nile. Imagine the soft glow of oil lamps flickering in a village courtyard. Hear the distant murmur of a priest reciting prayers in a temple. Feel the cool breeze of the desert night brushing against your skin. You are not just listening to history, you are part of it. You are walking beside the river, beneath the stars, in the footsteps of those who came before. Close your eyes, breathe deeply. Let the stillness of the ancient world wrap around you like a linen shroud. Let the voices of the past lull you into peace. You are safe. You are timeless. You are home. Asterisk. And as you drift into sleep, know that the story continues. The pyramids will rise. The gods will speak. The sands will remember. And the Nile will flow, as it always has, carrying the dreams of a civilization born from the river, the stars, and the silence of the desert. As the golden sun rises slowly over the eastern horizon, its warm light spills across the Nile, casting long reflections that shimmer like liquid gold. The river stirs gently, its surface rippling with the soft breeze of morning along its banks. Life begins to awaken, not with haste, but with a quiet rhythm that has pulsed through the land for thousands of years. This is not the world of kings and pyramids, but the world of ordinary people, the farmers, bakers, potters, and children who made up the soul of ancient Egypt. In a small village nestled near the river's edge, the day begins with the crow of a rooster and the rustle of palm leaves swaying in the wind. A woman steps out of her mud brick home, her linen dress catching the light. She carries a clay jar to the riverbank, where she fills it with cool water for the morning meal. Her children follow behind, barefoot and curious, chasing one another through the reeds. The scent of baking bread drifts from a nearby oven, mingling with the earthy aroma of wet soil and fresh-cut herbs. The homes in this village are simple but sturdy, built from sun-dried mud bricks and topped with flat roofs. Inside, the walls are smooth and cool, painted with whitewash or decorated with simple drawings. Mats woven from reeds cover the floors, and low wooden stools sit beside clay jars filled with grain, oil, and dried dates. A small shrine in the corner holds a statue of a household god, perhaps Base, the protector of families, or Torit, the goddess of childbirth. These homes are not grand, but they are filled with life, laughter, and love. The people of ancient Egypt lived close to the land. Most were farmers, working the fertile soil left behind by the Nile's annual flood. They planted wheat, barley, lentils, and flax, using wooden plows pulled by oxen. They irrigated their fields with canals and shadoof's simple devices for lifting water. They harvested their crops with sickles made from wood and flint, bundling the grain into sheaves and storing it in clay granaries. Farming was hard work, but it was also sacred. The land was a gift from the gods, and to tend it was an act of devotion. Men and women worked side by side in the fields, their skin bronzed by the sun, their hands calloused from labor. Children helped with lighter tasks, gathering reeds, chasing birds from the crops, carrying baskets of food. In the evenings, families gathered to share meals of bread, onions, beans, and fish. They drank beer made from fermented grain, flavored with herbs, and sweetened with dates. They told stories, sang songs, and watched the stars rise over the desert. Not everyone was a farmer. In the towns and cities, artisans and craftsmen practiced their trades with skill and pride. Potters shaped clay into jars, bowls, and lamps. Weavers spun linen from flax and dyed it with natural pigments. Carpenters built furniture, boats, and tools. Jewelers crafted necklaces, rings, and amulets from gold, turquoise, and carnelian. Each trade was passed down from parent to child, taught through years of careful apprenticeship. These artisans were not wealthy, but they were respected. Their work adorned temples, homes, and tombs, connecting the everyday with the eternal markets, bustled with activity. Merchants sold spices, incense, oils, and fabrics. Fishermen brought in baskets of tilapia and catfish from the river. Traders arrived with goods from distant land, cedar from Lebanon, copper from Sinai, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan. Coins were not yet used. Instead, people bartered goods or paid with grain, beer, or labor. The market was more than a place of commerce, it was a place of connection, where news was shared, friendships formed, and the pulse of the community could be felt. Children played with toys made of wood and clay, spinning tops, dolls, and little boats. They learned to swim in the river, to climb trees, to mimic the rituals of their elders. Boys from noble families were sent to school to become scribes, learning to read and write the sacred hieroglyphs. Girls learned to manage the household, to weave, to cook, and to care for younger siblings. Education was practical, rooted in the rhythms of daily life, but it was also spiritual. Every task, no matter how small, was part of a larger order, a reflection of Mat. Religion was not confined to temples. It lived in every home, every field, every breath. People prayed to the gods for health, for rain, for protection. They wore amulets shaped like scarabs, ankhs, and eyes of Horus. They left offerings of bread and beer at roadside shrines. They believed that the gods walked among them, invisible but present, watching over their lives with care and judgment. The divine was not distant, it was woven into the fabric of the world. And so, life along the Nile flowed like the river itself, steady, sacred, and serene. It was a life of work and worship, of joy and sorrow, of beginnings and endings. It was a life rooted in the land, guided by the stars, and blessed by the gods. Asterisk, in the heart of every Egyptian village, family was the foundation of life. It was not just a unit of survival, it was a sacred bond, a reflection of divine harmony. Parents, children, grandparents, and even distant relatives often lived together under one roof or in neighboring homes. The family was a source of strength, of wisdom, of continuity. It was through family that traditions were passed down, that values were taught, and that the soul found its place in the world. Marriage was a deeply respected institution. Though weddings were often simple affairs, they were filled with joy and symbolism. A man and woman would join their lives not just in love, but in partnership. Together, they would raise children, manage the household, and honor the gods. Women in ancient Egypt held a unique status compared to many other ancient cultures. They could own property, run businesses, and initiate divorce. They were respected as mothers, wives, priestesses, and even rulers. Queens, like Mernith and later Hatshepsut, would rise to power, not as exceptions, but as part of a tradition that valued female strength and wisdom. Children were cherished. They were seen as blessings from the gods, and their laughter was considered a sign of a happy home. Parents taught their children through example how to work, how to pray, how to live with honor. Boys might follow their fathers into farming, craftsmanship, or scribal work. Girls learned the arts of weaving, cooking, and healing. But childhood was not all duty. There was time for play, for music, for wonder. Children played with carved wooden animals, clay dolls, and miniature chariots. They sang songs, told riddles, and listened to stories beneath the stars. Festivals brought the community together in celebration. These were not just religious events, they were moments of joy, of unity, of shared identity. The festival of Opet, for example, honored the god Amun and celebrated the bond between the pharaoh and the divine. During this time, statues of the gods were carried in sacred boats along the Nile, accompanied by music, dancing, and feasting. The people lined the riverbanks, offering flowers and prayers, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the moment. Other festivals marked the changing of the seasons, the flooding of the Nile, or the birthdays of gods. These events were filled with color and sound drums, flutes, harps, and chants echoing through the streets. People wore their finest linen, adorned themselves with jewelry, and painted their eyes with kohl. They shared food, exchanged gifts, and gave thanks for the blessings of life. Even in times of hardship, these festivals reminded the people of their connection to one another and to the divine. Healing was both a science and a sacred art. Egyptian doctors were skilled in diagnosing and treating a wide range of ailments. They used herbs, minerals, and surgical tools with remarkable precision, but healing was also spiritual. Illness was often seen as a disturbance in the balance of the body and soul. Priests and healers worked together, combining medicine with prayer, ritual, and magic. Temples dedicated to healing gods like Imhotep and Sekhmet served as centers of care, where the sick came to be cured in body and spirit. Dreams were considered messages from the gods. People recorded their dreams on papyrus and consulted dream interpreters to understand their meaning. A dream of a rising sun might signal good fortune. A dream of a crocodile might be a warning. The boundary between the seen and unseen was thin in ancient Egypt. The spiritual world was always close guiding, warning, blessing. Even in death, the bonds of family and community endured. When someone passed away, the entire village came together to mourn and honor their journey. The body was washed, anointed, and wrapped in linen. Prayers were spoken, songs were sung, and offerings were made. The funeral procession moved slowly toward the tomb, accompanied by loved ones carrying food, flowers, and sacred symbols. The tomb itself was not a place of sorrow, but of transition, a doorway to the next world inside the tomb. Scenes of life were painted on the walls: fishing in the Nile, harvesting grain, embracing loved ones. These images were not just memories, they were hopes, promises, visions of eternity. The soul would live on, nourished by the love of family, the power of ritual, and the grace of the gods. And so, life along the Nile was not just about survival. It was about meaning. It was about connection to the land, to the stars, to one another. It was a life lived in rhythm with the universe, where every sunrise was a blessing, every meal a prayer, every breath a gift. As the sun dipped low over the western horizon and the sky turned to soft hues of amber and violet, the people of ancient Egypt returned to their homes. The day's work was done. The fields were quiet, the markets closing, the river calm. In the fading light, families gathered in courtyards and rooftops, sharing bowls of lentils and bread, sipping beer, and watching the stars emerge one by one. The air was filled with the scent of warm earth, crushed herbs, and the faint sweetness of lotus blossoms drifting on the breeze. Evening was a time of reflection, of connection, of peace. Children curled up beside their parents. listening to stories passed down through generations, stales of gods and monsters, of clever animals and brave heroes, of the first sunrise and the last judgment. These stories were more than entertainment. They were lessons, memories, and prayers. They reminded the people of who they were, where they came from, and what they believed. The Egyptians did not separate the sacred from the ordinary. To them, the divine was everywhere, in the laughter of a child, in the curve of a riverbank, in the rising of the moon. A simple act, done with care, was a form of worship. A meal shared in gratitude was a ritual. A song sung beneath the stars was a hymn. Their lives were not rushed, not fragmented. They moved with the rhythm of the world, with the turning of the seasons, with the breath of the gods. They found beauty in balance. Their homes were modest, but filled with light and love. Their clothing was simple, but elegant. Their art was stylized, but deeply expressive. They believed that to live well was to live in harmony with nature, with others, with the unseen forces that shaped the cosmos. This belief gave them strength, serenity, and a sense of belonging that endured through the ages. Even in sorrow, they found meaning. Death was not feared, but prepared for. It was a journey, not an end. The rituals of mourning were acts of love, washing the body, wrapping it in linen, placing amulets and offerings beside it. The tomb was a home for the soul, filled with scenes of joy and abundance. The dead were not forgotten. Their names were spoken, their stories told, their spirits honored. In this way, the Egyptians lived with one foot in this world and one in the next, grounded in the present, but always mindful of eternity. And so, daily life along the Nile was not just a routine, it was a sacred rhythm. It was a dance between earth and sky, between labor and rest, between the seen and the unseen. It was a life of purpose, of presence, of peace. As you rest now, let your thoughts drift to that quiet village by the river. Hear the soft murmur of voices, the rustle of palm leaves, the gentle lapping of water against the shore. Feel the warmth of the sun that once shone on ancient faces, the coolness of the night that wrapped them in dreams. You are not just imagining, you are remembering. You are part of this story, this rhythm, this eternal flow. And as the stars wheel overhead and the desert wind whispers through the reeds, know that the journey continues. The temples still stand, the gods still watch, the river still flows, and the heartbeat of Egypt endures. As the morning sun rises over the eastern cliffs and casts its golden light across the Nile, it touches the faces of stone kings, silent, eternal, watching. These are the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, the divine rulers of the two lands, whose names echo through time like sacred hymns. They were more than monarchs. They were gods in human form, chosen to uphold the sacred balance of the universe. Their lives were woven into myth, their deeds carved into stone, their spirits immortalized in temples and tombs. The story of the pharaohs begins with Roar, the unifier of Upper and Lower Egypt. Around 3100 BCE, he brought together two lands, two crowns, and two peoples into one kingdom. He wore the white crown of the south and the red crown of the north, symbolizing unity and divine authority. His palette, a ceremonial stone slab, shows him striking down his enemies with the strength of a god. But Narmer was not just a warrior, he was a visionary. He laid the foundation for a line of kings that would stretch across 3,000 years. Among the earliest and most revered pharaohs was Djoser, who ruled during the Third Dynasty. His name is forever linked to the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, the first monumental stone structure in history. Designed by his brilliant architect Imhotep, this pyramid rose in 6 tiers above the desert, a stairway to the heavens. It was more than a tomb. It was a symbol of divine ascent, a declaration that the king would live forever among the gods. Djoser's reign was marked by innovation, stability, and reverence. He was remembered not only as a ruler, but as a bringer of order and prosperity. Then came Sneferu, the good king of the Fourth Dynasty, known for his kindness and architectural ambition. He built not 1, but 3 pyramids, each a step toward perfection. The bent pyramid at Dahshur, with its unusual change in angle, shows the Egyptians learning, adapting, refining. The red pyramid, with its smooth sides and elegant form, was the first true pyramid. Sneferu's legacy was not just in stone, but in spirit. He was beloved by his people, praised in songs and stories for generations. But it was his son, Khufu, who would leave the most enduring mark. Khufu, known to the Greeks as Cheops, commissioned the Great Pyramid of Gizeh, of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, rising nearly 500 feet into the sky, built from over 2 million limestone blocks. It stood as the tallest man-made structure on Earth for nearly 4,000 years. Its construction remains a marvel of engineering, planning, and devotion. Though Khufu's personality is debated, some saw him as stern, others as wise. His monument speaks of vision, power, and the eternal reach of the human spirit. Beside Khufu's pyramid stand those of his son Khafir and his grandson Menkaure. Khafre's complex includes the Great Sphinx, a colossal statue with the body of a lion and the face of a king. It gazes eastward, toward the rising sun, a guardian of the necropolis and a symbol of royal strength. Menkaure's pyramid is smaller, but refined, its mortuary temple filled with statues of the king in serene, idealized form. Together, these 3 pyramids form a sacred landscape, a testament to the divine nature of kingship and the enduring power of legacy. But not all great pharaohs built pyramids. Some left their mark through reform, diplomacy, or spiritual transformation. One such ruler was Hatshepsut, the great queen who became king. She ruled during the 18th dynasty, a time of wealth and expansion. Though she began as regent for her young stepson, she soon took the full titles and regalia of a pharaoh. She wore the false beard, the royal kilt, and the double crown. Her reign was peaceful and prosperous. She built magnificent temples, including her mortuary temple at Deir el-Borian, elegant structure nestled into the cliffs of Thebes. Hatshepsut's legacy was one of vision and resilience. She opened trade routes, commissioned art and architecture, and portrayed herself as both woman and king. Her statues show her in male form, but her inscriptions speak with a voice of confidence and grace. Though later rulers tried to erase her name, her memory endured. Today, she is celebrated as one of Egypt's most successful and fascinating pharaohs, a woman who ruled as a god, and did so with wisdom and strength among the long line of pharaohs. Few stand out as boldly or as enigmatically as Akhenaten. Born as Amenhotep IV, he ascended the throne during the 18th dynasty, a time of great wealth, power, and religious tradition. But Akhenaten would break with that tradition in ways that shook the very foundations of Egyptian society. He was a visionary, a radical, a reformer, and, to some, a heretic. Akhenaten began to shift religious focus away from the traditional gods of Egypt, especially Amun, the chief deity of Thebes. In their place, he elevated a single god, Aten, the radiant disk of the sun. Aten had long been a symbol of Ra, but Akhenaten reimagined him as the one true god, the source of all life, light, and creation. He changed his name from Amenhotep, Amun is satisfied, to Akhenaten, meaning effective for the Aten. He closed temples, redirected offerings, and moved the capital from Thebes to a new city he built from scratch, Akhetaten, the horizon of the Aten, known today as Amarna. There, in the desert, between cliffs and river, he created a city unlike any other, filled with open-air temples, sunlit courtyards, and graceful palaces. The art of the Amarna period reflected this new vision. Gone were the rigid, idealized forms of earlier dynasties. In their place came fluid, naturalistic images. The royal family shone in intimate moments, cradling children, basking in the rays of the Aten, their faces elongated and serene. At Akhenaten's side stood Nefertiti, his queen and equal in power. Her name means the beautiful one has come, and her image immortalized in a stunning bust found at Amarna remains, one of the most iconic in all of ancient art. Nefertiti was more than a consort. She was a curuler, a priestess, a diplomat. In some depictions, she wears the blue crown of kingship, smiting enemies and offering sacrifices. Her presence in the Aten cult was central, and her influence profound. Together, Akhenaten and Nefertiti ruled not just a kingdom, but a new spiritual order. They envisioned a world bathed in sunlight, where the Aten's rays touched all equally, and where the pharaoh and his queen were the sole intermediaries between God and people. It was a bold experiment, perhaps the earliest attempt at monotheism in recorded history, but it was also fragile. After Akhenaten's death, the city of Akhetaten was abandoned. The priests of Amun returned to power. The temples were reopened. The old gods were restored. The memory of Akhenaten was condemned, his name chiseled from monuments, his statues smashed. Yet his legacy endured in art, in theology, in the questions he dared to ask. He was only about 9 years old when he took the throne, and his reign was brief, lasting less than a decade. But his story would become one of the most famous in all of Egypt's long history. Under the guidance of powerful advisors, Tutankhamun reversed his father's reforms. He restored the old gods, moved the capital back to Thebes, and reopened the temples. He changed his name to reflect his devotion to Amun, signaling a return to tradition. Though young Tutankhamun was not without vision, he commissioned temples, honored the gods, and sought to heal the divisions left by the Amarna period. His tomb, discovered in 1922 by Howard Carter, revealed a treasure trove of golden artifacts, chariots, jewelry, and sacred objects, untouched by time. The discovery captured the world's imagination and made King Tut a household name. But beyond the gold and glamour was a poignant story. A young ruler caught between two worlds, trying to restore balance in a kingdom. Still reeling from revolution, Tutankhamun died around the age of 19, likely from illness or injury. He left no heirs, and his name, too, was nearly forgotten. But his tomb, hidden beneath the sands of the Valley of the Kings, preserved his memory in a way no monument ever could. Today, he stands as a symbol of Egypt's enduring mystery, a boy king whose brief life continues to inspire wonder. As Egypt emerged from the turbulence of the Amarna period, a new dynasty rose to restore order, strength, and splendor. At its helm stood Seti I, a pharaoh of discipline, devotion, and dignity. His reign marked a renaissance of Egyptian power, both at home and abroad. Seti I was a warrior king, trained in the arts of battle and statecraft. He led military campaigns into Canaan, Syria, and Libya, reasserting Egypt's influence across the Near East. His victories were recorded in vivid reliefs on temple walls, scenes of chariots charging, enemies fleeing, and the pharaoh standing tall, bow drawn, beneath the protective wings of the gods. Yet Seti was not only a conqueror, he was also a builder, a patron of the arts, and a deeply spiritual man. His greatest architectural achievement was the magnificent temple at Abydos, dedicated to Osiris and the royal ancestors. List a chronological record of Egypt's rulers from Menes to Seti himself. The temple is a masterpiece of symmetry and symbolism. Its columns rising like papyrus stalks, its ceilings painted with stars. In its sacred halls, Seti honored the gods, the past, and the eternal cycle of life and death. But it was his son, Ramses II, known to history as Ramses the Great, who would become the most celebrated pharaoh of all. His reign, which lasted an astonishing 66 years, was one of grandeur, ambition, and enduring legacy. From the moment he took the throne, Ramses set out to leave his mark on every corner of Egypt and beyond. He led military campaigns into Nubia and the Levant, most famously clashing with the Hittites at the Battle of Kadesh. Though the battle ended in a stalemate, Ramses declared it a great victory, commissioning dramatic reliefs that showed him single-handedly defeating entire armies. The truth may have been more complex, but the message was clear. Ramses was a hero, a protector, a living god. In diplomacy, too, Ramses excelled. Years after Kadesh, he signed one of the world's first known peace treaties with the Hittite king, a document inscribed in both Egyptian and Akkadian, commemorated by a royal marriage between Ramses and a Hittite princess. But it was in stone that Ramses truly immortalized himself. He built more temples, statues, and monuments than any other pharaoh. His name, Musermater, Setipanor, Ramses, Miriam Mon, was carved into walls from the Delta to Nubia. He expanded the Temple of Karnak, completed the great hypostyle hall with its towering columns, and built the Ramesseum, his mortuary temple, on the west bank of Thebes. Perhaps his most awe-inspiring creation was the Temple of Abu Simbel, carved directly into the cliffs of Nubia. 4 colossal statues of Ramses sit at its entrance, each over 60 feet tall, gazing out over the Nile with eternal calm. Inside, the temple is aligned so that twice a year the rising sun illuminates the inner sanctuary, lighting the faces of the gods and Ramses himself. It is a monument not just to power, but to cosmic harmony. Ramses ruled into his 90s, fathering over 100 children and outliving many of his heirs. He was buried in a grand tomb in the Valley of the Kings, though his body was later moved for safekeeping. When his mummy was discovered in the 19th century, It revealed a tall, regal man with strong features and silver hair still commanding. He was a legend, a symbol of Egypt's greatness, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. Later generations called him the Great Ancestor, and some scholars believe he may have inspired the biblical figure of Pharaoh in the story of Exodus. Yet beyond the myths and monuments, his letters to his wives reveal tenderness and affection. His inscriptions speak of devotion to the gods, to justice, to the land he ruled. He was not perfect, but he was enduring, and in the golden light of history, his legacy still shines. As the long reign of Ramses the Great came to an end, Egypt stood at a crossroads. The monuments still gleamed in the sun, the temples still echoed with hymns, and the Nile still flowed as it always had. But beyond the borders, the world was changing. New powers were rising, trade routes were shifting, and the great empires of the Bronze Age were beginning to tremble. Into this uncertain time stepped Merneptah, the 13th son of Ramses II, who inherited the throne in his 60s. Merneptah was a seasoned leader, having served in military and administrative roles for decades. His reign was marked by both defense and diplomacy. Invasion by a coalition of Libyan tribes and their allies. His victory was recorded on a granite stele, now known as the Merneptah stele. Among its inscriptions is the earliest known reference to a people called Israel, marking a moment of historical significance far beyond Egypt's borders. Though Merneptah ruled for only about a decade, he maintained the stability of the realm and upheld the traditions of his father. The once mighty 19th dynasty gave way to the 20th, and with it came a new pharaoh determined to restore Egypt's strength. Ramesses III, often called the last great pharaoh of the new kingdom, ruled during a time of immense pressure. The world around Egypt was in turmoil. The Hittite Empire had collapsed. Mycenaean Greece was in decline. These were not just raiders, they were entire populations on the move, driven by famine, conflict, or climate change. Ramesses III met this threat with courage and strategy. In a series of campaigns, he defeated the sea peoples on land and at sea, preserving Egypt's independence. His victories were immortalized in the reliefs of his mortuary temple at Medinet, Habu scenes of naval battles, prisoners bound in ropes, and the pharaoh standing firm beneath the banners of the gods, were a declaration that Egypt still stood. The cost of war strained the treasury. Corruption crept into the bureaucracy. Grain shortages led to unrest in one of the earliest recorded labor strikes in history, until they were paid. Their voices, preserved in papyrus complaints, reveal a society struggling to maintain its balance. Ramesses III himself would fall victim to palace intrigue. In a plot known as the Harem Conspiracy, one of his secondary wives, Tai, conspired with court officials to assassinate the king and place her son on the throne. The plot was discovered, and the conspirators were tried and punished. But the pharaoh was gravely wounded and died soon after. His mummy, examined in modern times, shows signs of a deep throat wound, silent testimony to the dangers that even a god-king could face. After his death, Egypt entered a slow decline. The pharaohs who followed bore the name Ramesses, but not the power. Their reigns were shorter, their monuments smaller, their influence diminished. The central government weakened, and local officials grew more independent. The priesthood of Ammon, especially in Thebes, became a powerful force, sometimes rivaling the authority of the king himself. Yet even in decline, Egypt remained a land of beauty, of faith, of resilience. The temples still stood, the rituals continued. The people still planted their fields, told their stories, and honored their dead. The spirit of the pharaohs lived on not just in stone, but in the hearts of those who remembered. As the centuries passed and the golden age of the pharaohs faded into memory, their presence remained etched into the cliffs, carved into the temples, whispered in the prayers of the people. Though the power of the throne diminished, of the pharaoh endured, he was still the son of Ra, the guardian of Ma'at, the bridge between heaven and earth. His image, serene and eternal, continued to gaze out from statues and stelae, reminding all who saw him that Egypt was more than a place, it was a sacred order, a divine rhythm. The later dynasties, though often fragmented and challenged by foreign powers, still looked to the past for legitimacy. They restored temples, revived rituals, and inscribed their names beside those of their ancestors. Even foreign rulers, Libyans, Nubians, Persians, and eventually Greeks opted the titles and symbols of the pharaohs. They wore the double crown, offered sacrifices to the gods, and built monuments in the ancient style. To rule Egypt was to step into a sacred lineage, to become part of a story that stretched back to the dawn of time. The pharaoh was more than a man. He was a symbol of cosmic harmony. His role was not just to govern, but to maintain the balance between chaos and order. Every sunrise, every harvest, every flood of the Nile was tied to his presence. When he ruled justly, the land prospered. When he faltered, the world trembled. This belief gave the people a sense of stability, of purpose, of connection to something greater than themselves. Even in death, the pharaoh's journey continued. His tomb was not a resting place, but a gateway. His body was mummified, his name preserved, his soul guided by spells and amulets through the underworld. There he would face trials, speak sacred words, and be judged by Osiris. If found worthy, he would join the gods, sail with Ra across the sky, and watch over the land he once ruled. His spirit would live on in the stars, in the temples, in the hearts of his people. The memory of the pharaohs shaped Egyptian identity for millennia. Their stories were told in schools, sung in hymns, and reenacted in festivals. Their monuments became places of pilgrimage, their names invoked in prayers for protection and guidance. Even as new religions and empires rose, the legacy of the pharaohs remained. They were not forgotten. They were eternal. Today, their presence still lingers. In the shadow of the pyramids, in the silence of the tombs, in the delicate lines of hieroglyphs, we can still feel their breath. We can still hear their voices, calm, commanding, compassionate. They speak of a world where the divine walked among mortals, where kings ruled with wisdom, and where life and death were part of a sacred cycle. And so, as you rest now, let your thoughts drift back through time. Picture the golden mask of Tutankhamun, the towering statues of Ramses, the elegant temple of Hatshepsut. Imagine the sun rising over the Nile, casting its light on the faces of kings who once ruled with the power of gods. Feel the stillness of the desert, the whisper of the wind through the reeds, the quiet strength of a civilization that believed in eternity. Close your eyes, breathe deeply. Let the spirit of the pharaohs guide you into sleep. You are not just remembering, you are returning. You are walking beside the kings of old, beneath the stars they once watched, along the river that still flows. And as you drift into dreams, know this: the pharaohs are not gone. They live in the stories we tell, in the stones that endure, and in the silence that speaks of something greater. They are the heartbeat of Egypt, and they are with you still. As the sun rises over the eastern horizon, casting its golden light across the desert sands, it touches the tops of towering pylons, the tips of obelisks, and the carved faces of gods and kings. These are the temples of ancient Egypt's sacred spaces where heaven and earth met, where the divine was not distant but present. To the Egyptians, temples were not merely places of worship. They were the homes of the gods, the beating hearts of the cosmos, and the anchors of the sacred balance of the universe. Each temple was a microcosm of creation. Its design mirrored the myth of the world's beginning. The outer courtyard represented the chaotic waters of Nun. The inner halls symbolized the primeval mound that rose from the deep. And the sanctuary, the holiest space, was the place where the god first appeared. Only the high priests could enter this sanctuary, where the statue of the deity was kept, bathed, clothed, and offered food each day. These rituals were not symbolic, they were essential. They sustained the gods, and in turn, the gods sustained the world. The temples were vast and varied. In Karnak, the great temple of Amun stretched across acres, its hypostyle hall filled with towering columns, carved with prayers, and painted with stars. In Luxor, the temple aligned with the rising sun during the Opet festival, when statues of the gods were carried in procession along the Nile. In Edfu, the temple of Horus stood like a fortress, its walls covered in scenes of divine battles and sacred rites. In Dendera, the temple of Hathor welcomed pilgrims with music, dance, and healing. Each temple was a city unto itself. It employed priests, scribes, musicians, dancers, craftsmen, and laborers. It owned land, collected offerings, and stored grain. It was a center of learning, of medicine, of astronomy. The priests observed the stars, recorded the calendar, and interpreted omens. They performed rituals at dawn, noon, and dusk, ensuring that the sun would rise, the Nile would flood, and the world would remain in harmony. But while temples were the homes of the gods, tombs were the homes of the dead. And in Egypt, death was not an end, it was a transformation. The tomb was a sacred space, a portal to the afterlife, a place where the soul could rest, renew, and rise again. From the simplest pit graves to the grandest royal tombs, each burial was an act of love, of faith, of hope. The earliest tombs were mastabas, flat-roofed structures with underground chambers. Later, in the Old Kingdom, the pharaohs built pyramids, massive stone mountains that reached toward the sky. These pyramids were not just monuments, they were resurrection machines. Their shape echoed the rays of the sun, guiding the king's soul upward to join Ra in his eternal journey across the heavens. Inside the tomb, every detail mattered. The walls were painted with scenes of daily life, farming, fishing, feasting, so that the soul could enjoy these pleasures forever. Spells from the pyramid texts, coffin texts, or Book of the Dead were inscribed to guide and protect the deceased. Amulets were placed on the body, each with a specific purpose: the scarab for rebirth, the ankh for life, the Eye of Horus, for healing. Food, drink, clothing, and furniture were buried alongside the dead, ensuring comfort in the next world. The process of mummification was both scientific and spiritual. The body was washed, anointed, and wrapped in linen. The organs were removed and placed in canopic jars, each guarded by a protective deity. The heart, believed to be the seat of the soul, was often left in placer, replaced with a heart scarab, inscribed with a prayer, each decorated with protective spells and images. The funeral was a sacred rite. Priests performed the opening of the mouth ceremony, touching the mummy's face with ritual tools to restore its senses so it could see, speak, breathe, and eat in the afterlife. Family members wept, prayed, and offered gifts. The tomb was sealed, but the connection was not broken. The living continued to care for the dead, bringing offerings, reciting prayers, and keeping their names alive. To the Egyptians, the afterlife was not a vague paradise. It was a vivid, familiar world. It was called the Field of Reeds, a perfect version of Egypt, where the crops were always ripe, the rivers always full, and the skies always clear. The soul would live there in peace, reunited with loved ones, surrounded by beauty, protected by the gods. But before reaching this paradise, the soul had to journey through the underworld, a realm of darkness, danger, and judgment. It would face serpents, demons, and gates guarded by fierce beings. It would need spells, passwords, and courage. At the end of this journey, the soul would stand before Osiris, the Lord of the Dead, and have its heart weighed against the feather of Mat. If the heart was light, free of sin and falsehood, the soul would pass into eternity. If not, it would be devoured by Ammit, the devourer of the dead, and cease to exist. This belief shaped every aspect of Egyptian life. It inspired their art, their rituals, their architecture. It gave meaning to their joys and sorrows, their work and rest. It reminded them that life was sacred, that death was not to be feared, and that the soul could endure beyond the stars. To walk through an Egyptian temple was to walk through the story of creation. Every column, every wall, every shadowed chamber was part of a sacred map, a journey from chaos to order, from the outer world to the divine heart of the universe. These temples were not designed for congregations. They were not places for public sermons or mass gatherings. They were cosmic engines, carefully aligned with the stars, the sun, and the Nile, built to maintain the harmony of the world. The entrance to a temple was marked by massive pylons, twin towers, flanking a central gate, often adorned with scenes of the pharaoh smiting enemies beneath the gaze of the gods. These images were not just political, they were spiritual. They symbolized the triumph of Mat over Isfet, of order over chaos. Passing through the pylons, one entered a world of increasing sanctity. The outer courtyards were open to the sky, filled with light and sound. Here, festivals were held, processions began, and offerings were made. Beyond the courtyard lay the hypostyle hollow forest of stone columns, their capitals shaped like lotus and papyrus, the sacred plants of Upper and Lower Egypt. The columns rose like trees in a primordial swamp, their tops reaching toward the heavens. Light filtered in through small, clerestory windows, casting shifting patterns on the painted walls. The air was cool, hushed, reverent. Every surface was inscribed with prayers, hymns, and scenes of ritual. The walls spoke of creation, of divine birth, of cosmic renewal. Deeper still lay the sanctuary, the most sacred space, hidden in darkness, accessible only to the high priest and the pharaoh. Here stood the statue of the god, housed in a shrine of gold or stone. Each morning, the priest would awaken the god with incense and song, dress the statue in fine linen, and offer food and drink. These acts were not symbolic, they were real. The god was present, alive, watching. To serve in the temple was to serve the divine directly, to participate in the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The architecture of tombs followed a similar logic. Whether a simple pit grave or a grand royal tomb, each was designed to guide the soul from this world to the next. The tomb was a house for eternity, a place where the body could rest and the spirit could rise. Its orientation, decoration, and contents were all carefully chosen to ensure a successful journey through the afterlife. In the Old Kingdom, the pharaohs built pyramids, geometric mountains of stone, aligned with the cardinal points, their sides, angled to reflect the rays of the sun. The internal chambers were narrow and steep, leading to a central burial chamber deep within. The walls were inscribed with pyramid texts, spells, and prayers to help the king ascend to the sky and join the sun god Ra. The pyramid itself was a symbol of rebirth, its shape echoing the Benbon stone, the first mound of creation, in the middle. And new kingdoms, royal tombs, moved underground, carved into the cliffs of the Valley of the Kings. These tombs were long corridors, descending through layers of rock, each chamber more sacred than the last. The walls were covered with scenes from the Book of the Dead, the Book of Gates, and the Book of Caverns, texts that described the soul's journey through the underworld. The ceilings were painted with stars, the floors with protective spells, the sarcophagus placed at the deepest point like a seed in the earth, ready to bloom in the afterlife. The tombs of nobles and officials, though smaller, followed the same principles. They were decorated with scenes of daily life, farming, fishing, music, and family, so that the soul could enjoy these pleasures forever. Offerings were painted on the walls and placed in jars: bread, beer, fruit, meat, and wine. Statues of the deceased stood in niches, their eyes open, their hands outstretched, ready to receive the gifts of the living. Even the smallest tombs were filled with care. A simple grave might contain a few pots, a necklace, a scarab, and a prayer. But these were not mere objects. They were bridges between worlds. They carried memory, love, and hope. They were tokens of a belief that life did not end with death, but continued in another form, in another place, under the watchful eyes of the gods. The Egyptians believed that the soul was made of many parts: the Ka, the Ba, the Ak, the shadow, the name. The Ka was the life force, sustained by offerings. The Ba was the personality, able to travel between worlds. All had to be protected, nourished, and remembered. And so, temples and tombs were not just buildings. They were sacred machines, designed to preserve the soul, to honor the gods, and to maintain the balance of the universe. They were acts of devotion, of art, of cosmic engineering. They were the physical expression of a belief that life was sacred, that death was a passage, and that eternity was within reach. In ancient Egypt, death was not feared, it was prepared for. It was not an end, but a transformation. The Egyptians believed that the soul, if properly cared for, could live forever in the afterlife. But to reach that eternal paradise, the body had to be preserved, the rituals performed, and the soul guided through the perilous journey of the underworld. This sacred process began with mummification. Mummification was both a science and a spiritual rite. It was performed by skilled embalmers, often working in a special tent called the place of purification. The process took 70 days, during which the body was carefully cleansed, dried, and wrapped. First, the internal organs were removed: the stomach, intestines, lungs, and liver, and placed in canopic jars, each protected by one of the 4 sons of Horus. The brain was extracted through the nose using a hooked tool, was often left in place, or replaced with a heart scarab. The body was then covered in natron, a natural salt, to draw out moisture. After 40 days, it was washed again and anointed with oils and resins to preserve the skin and prevent decay. The embalmers then wrapped the body in hundreds of yards of linen. Each amulet had a specific purpose: protection, healing, strength, or guidance. The final layer was often inscribed with prayers, or adorned with a mask, painted to resemble the deceased. Once the mummy was complete, it was placed in a coffin, several nested coffins each, decorated with images of gods, protective spells, and scenes from the afterlife. The coffin was then sealed and prepared for the funeral procession, a solemn and sacred event attended by family, priests, and mourners. The funeral began with prayers and offerings. Priests dressed as Anubis, the jackal-headed god of embalming, led the procession to the tomb. At the tomb, the most important ritual was performed: the opening of the mouth ceremony. This ancient rite was believed to restore the senses of the deceased: sight, speech, hearing, and breaths, so they could function in the afterlife. A priest touched the mummy's mouth and eyes with ritual tools, reciting sacred words and invoking the gods. May your mouth be opened, may your eyes see, may your ears hear, may your soul live. With this act, the deceased was reborn, ready to begin the journey through the underworld. That journey was long and perilous. The soul had to pass through 12 gates, each guarded by fierce beings who demanded passwords and spells. It had to cross rivers of fire, face serpents and demons, and navigate the darkness of the Duata Egyptian underworld to survive. The soul needed guidance, and that guidance came in the form of sacred texts. The earliest of these were the pyramid texts, inscribed on the walls of royal tombs in the Old Kingdom. These spells called upon the gods to protect the king, to lift him into the sky, to seat him among the stars. Later, in the Middle Kingdom, the coffin texts appeared written on the coffins of nobles and commoners, expanding access to the afterlife. These texts included maps, instructions, and magical formulas to help the soul overcome obstacles and reach paradise. By the New Kingdom, the most famous of these guides had emerged: the Book of the Dead, known to the Egyptians as the Book of Coming Forth by Day. It was a collection of spells, hymns. Each copy was unique, tailored to the individual, filled with prayers for protection, transformation, and eternal life. One of the most powerful scenes in the Book of the Dead is the weighing of the heart. In this moment, the soul stands before Osiris, the god of the dead, and the 42 judges of Mat. If the heart is light-free of sin, lies, and cruelty, the soul is declared true of voice and welcomed into the field of reeds. If the heart is heavy, it is devoured by Amit, the fearsome creature with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. The soul is then lost forever, to ensure a favorable judgment. The deceased would recite the negative confessional list of sins they had not committed. I have not stolen. I have not lied. I have not killed. I have not caused pain. Land of beauty, abundance, and peace. It was a mirror of Egypt, perfected, a place where time stood still, where joy never faded, where the soul was free. Asterisk, here is segment 4 of 5 of part 5, Temples, Tombs, and the Afterlife, Gateways to Eternity, continuing in the same calm, immersive tone. The dead did not vanish into silence. The living offered prayers, food, and remembrance. In return, the dead offered protection, wisdom, and blessings, a practice that shaped daily life and spiritual identity. Every tomb, no matter how grand or humble, was built with this connection in mind. The QA needed nourishment, just as the body once had. Offerings of bread, beer, meat, fruit, and incense were placed in tomb chapels or offering tables. These gifts were not symbolic, they were real sustenance for the soul, even if the food itself was not consumed. The ritual act of offering released its essence, its spiritual nourishment. In wealthier tombs, scenes of offering were painted or carved into the walls. These depictions served as eternal substitutes, ensuring that the Ka would never go hungry. Inscriptions often included offering formula standardized prayers that invoked the gods to provide for the deceased, an offering which the king gives, and Anubis, lord of the sacred land, that he may give bread. Families continued to visit the tombs of their ancestors, especially during festivals like the beautiful Feast of the Valley. During this celebration, families crossed the Nile to the West Bank, bringing food, flowers, and music to the tombs of their loved ones. They cleaned the chapels, lit lamps, and shared meals in the presence of the dead. It was a time of reunion, of joy, of remembrance. The boundary between worlds grew thin, and the living and the dead were together again. Names were central to this connection, a plea to passersby. O you who are living upon the earth, who pass by this tomb, say my name, pour water for me, offer bread for me, that I may live again. Letters to the dead, written on pottery shards or papyrus. These letters ask for help, express sorrow, or seek forgiveness. They speak of dreams, illnesses, disputes, and hopes, the bonds of kinship. In some cases, tombs were reused or expanded by later generations, preserving the memory of those who came before. The living saw themselves as stewards of legacy, caretakers of memory. To honor the dead was to honor the self, the family, the community, and the gods. Even in the architecture of homes, this reverence was present. Many households had small shrines or offering tables dedicated to ancestors. These spaces were adorned with images, names, and tokens of remembrance. Before meals, during festivals, or in times of need, families would offer prayers and gifts to their forebears, seeking guidance and protection. This continuity of care extended to the gods as well. The line between divine and ancestral was often blurred. Deified kings, local heroes, and revered ancestors could all be honored in similar ways. The gods themselves were seen as the ultimate ancestors, eternal, wise, and ever-present. To live in harmony with the gods was to live in harmony with the ancestors, with the land, and with the self. And so the Egyptians lived with one foot in this world and one in the next. They did not fear death because they did not see it as absence. They saw it as transformation, as presence in another form. The dead were not gone, they were near. They were in the stars, in the wind, in the dreams of the living. They were in the names carved into stone, in the prayers whispered at dusk, in the offerings placed with trembling hands. Asterisk, here is segment 5 of part 5, temples, tombs, and the afterlife gateways to eternity, completing the 5,000-word chapter in the same calm, reflective tone. This final section explores how Egypt's sacred spaces and beliefs shaped their worldview, and how their vision of eternity still echoes in our imagination today. As the sun sets behind the western cliffs and the desert cools beneath a sky of deepening indigo, the temples fall silent. The priests have finished their rituals. The incense has faded. The statues of the gods rest in their sanctuaries, wrapped in linen and mystery. The tombs lie quiet beneath the sand, their walls painted with dreams, their corridors lined with prayers. But though the voices have stilled, the spirit of ancient Egypt endures. For the Egyptians, the world was not divided into sacred and secular. Everything was sacred. Every act, every breath, every sunrise was part of a divine rhythm. The temple was not separate from the field. The tomb was not separate from the home. The gods were not distant. They were present in the river, in the wind, in the stars, in the heart. Life was a journey, and death was a continuation. The soul did not vanish, it transformed. This worldview shaped everything they built, everything they believed. Their temples were not just places of worship, they were cosmic engines designed to maintain the balance of the universe. Their tombs were not just graves, they were portals to eternity, crafted with care, with love, with hope. Their rituals were not empty gestures, they were acts of alignment, of harmony, of remembrance, and at the center of it all was Matham, principle of truth, balance, and order. Mat was not just a goddess. She was the breath of the world, the feather against which every heart was weighed. To live in accordance with Mat was to live with integrity, with kindness, with reverence. It was to honor the gods, the ancestors, the land, and the self. It was to walk gently, to speak truth, to give generously, to remember always. Even today, thousands of years later, we feel the pull of that vision. We stand before the pyramids and feel awe. We walk through temple ruins and feel wonder. We read the prayers of the dead and feel tenderness. The Egyptians may be gone, but their dreams remain. Their stones still speak. Their stars still shine. Their belief in eternity was not just about the afterlife, was about the present. It was about living each day with purpose, with gratitude, with connection. It was about seeing the divine in the ordinary, the eternal in the fleeting. It was about remembering that we are part of something vast, something sacred, something beautiful. So now, as you rest, let the spirit of ancient Egypt wrap around you like a linen shroud. Let the silence of the tombs, the stillness of the temples, the whisper of the Nile lull you into peace. You are not alone. You are part of a story that began long ago, beneath the stars, beside the river, in the hearts of those who believed. that life was sacred and death was not the end. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, feel the presence of the gods, the ancestors, the eternal. You are safe, you are timeless, you are home. And as you drift into sleep, remember, the temples still stand, the tombs still whisper, the soul still journeys, and eternity is never far away. Asterisk. Before the first pyramid rose from the sands, before the first pharaoh wore the double crown, there were the gods. They were not distant or abstract. They were present in the wind, in the river, in the stars, in the breath of every living thing. The Egyptians did not worship their gods out of fear, but out of reverence. Their stories were not just myths, they were truths woven into the fabric of the world. Mythology was the story of creation. There were many versions, each tied to a different city and temple. From the dark waters of Nun, from this infinite sea, rose the first mound of earth, the Benbon, a symbol of stability and life. Upon this mound appeared the first god. In Heliopolis, the god was Adam, the self-created one. He brought forth Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. From them came Geb, the earth, and Nut, the sky. Geb and Nut gave birth to Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephista, divine siblings whose stories would shape the destiny of gods and men. In Memphis, the creator was Ptah, the god of craftsmen. He did not shape the world with his hands, but with his heart and tongue. He thought the world into being, then spoke it into existence. His words were power, his breath was life. Creation through intention and speech. In Hermopolis, the world began with 8 primordial deities, the Ogdoad, who represented the chaos before creation, darkness. From their union came the cosmic egg, from which the sun god hatched. He merged with Ra, the sun god, to become Amun-Ra, creator, sustainer, and ruler of all. His breath gave life, his light gave order, his will gave purpose. Among all the gods, none was more central to the Egyptian heart than Osiris. He was the god of the afterlife, the judge of souls, the symbol of resurrection. His story was one of love, betrayal, death. Ruling over Egypt with his sister and wife, Isis, but his brother, Seth, grew jealous and plotted against him. Seth tricked Osiris into lying in a coffin, sealed it shut, and cast it into the Nile. Isis, heartbroken but determined, searched the land for her husband's body. She found it, hid it, and mourned. But Seth discovered it again, tore it in 2 pieces, and scattered them across the land. Isis, with the help of her sister Nephthys and the god Anubis, gathered the pieces and reassembled them. She breathed life into Osiris with her magic and conceived their son. He challenged Seth for the throne of Egypt, and after many trials, he triumphed. A powerful symbol of healing, protection, and wholeness, the Eye of Horus. These stories were not just told, they were lived. They were reenacted in temple rituals, painted on tomb walls, whispered in prayers. They explained the rising and setting of the sun, the flooding of the Nile, the journey of the soul. They gave meaning to suffering, hope to the grieving, and purpose to the living. The gods were many, each with their own domain, their own symbols, their own stories. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, was the scribe of the gods, the inventor of writing, the keeper of time. Sekhmet, her lion-headed counterpart, was the goddess of war and healing, her breath the desert wind. Each god had temples, festivals, and followers. Each was honored with offerings, hymns, and statues. But the gods were not jealous. They were not rivals. They were parts of a whole divine tapestry that reflected the complexity and harmony of the world. And so, the Egyptians lived among their gods. They saw them in the sunrise, in the lotus flower, in the flight of birds. They spoke to them in dreams, in rituals, in silence. They did not seek to control the gods, but to align with them, to live in Ma'at, to walk in balance, to honor the sacred in all things, in the hush of twilight. As the sun dipped below the western horizon and the sky turned to gold and indigo, the Egyptians believed something sacred was unfolding. The sun god Ra, who had sailed across the sky all day in his solar bark, now began his nightly journey through the underworld. This was not a descent into darkness, but a passage through mystery, a sacred voyage that mirrored the soul's own journey after death. Ra, he was the sun itself, the giver of light, warmth, and life. Each morning, he was born anew in the east, rising from the lotus flower or the horizon mound. At noon, he reached the height of his power, and by evening, he aged and descended into the west. But Ra did not die. Was Apophis, the great serpent of darkness, who tried to swallow the sun and plunge the world into eternal night. But Ra was not alone. He was protected by gods and spirits, including Set. Ironically, it gave the Egyptians hope that their own souls, too, could overcome darkness and rise into the light. Guiding the souls of the dead through this journey was Anubis, the jackal-headed god of embalming and the afterlife. Anubis was a gentle guardian, a silent watcher, a protector of the dead. He presided over mummification, ensuring that the body was preserved and the soul prepared. His black fur symbolized the fertile soil of the Nile and the promise of rebirth. Anubis was often depicted holding the flail and crook symbols of kingship and protection, or standing beside a scale, watching as the heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Ma'at. If the heart was pure, Anubis guided the soul onward. If not, he stepped aside as Ammit devoured it. He was a guide, a comfort, a bridge between the living and the dead. Beside him stood Isis, the great mother, the queen of magic, the healer of hearts. Isis was not only the wife of Osiris and the mother of Horus, she was the embodiment of love, devotion, and divine power. Her magic was unmatched. Her grief for Osiris was so deep, her love so strong, that she brought him back from death. Her wings, often shown outstretched in art, symbolized protection and resurrection. She was invoked in childbirth, in healing. In mourning, her name was spoken in temples and whispered in homes. She was the goddess who listened. Isis's story was one of resilience. She searched the earth for her husband's body, pieced him back together, and conceived a child in the midst of sorrow. She raised Horus in secret, hiding from Seth, teaching him wisdom and courage. She stood beside him in battle, healed his wounds, and helped him claim his rightful place. Through her, the Egyptians saw the power of love to overcome death. Of the gods, he recorded the outcome of the weighing of the heart, kept the calendar, and maintained the balance of time. He was the inventor of writing, the patron of scribes, the keeper of knowledge. In myths, he healed the eye of Horus, calmed disputes among the gods, and spoke the words that shaped reality. Ma'at herself was both a goddess and a principal. She wore a single feather in her headdress and stood for truth, justice, and cosmic order. Pharaohs swore to uphold Ma'at. Judges invoked her name. Her feather was the standard by which all hearts were measured. To live in Mat was to live in harmony with the gods, with others, with oneself. And then there was Bastet, the cat goddess, who brought joy and protection to homes. She was gentle and nurturing, yet fierce when needed. Her festivals were filled with music, dance, and celebration. She reminded the Egyptians that the divine could be playful, graceful, and close. Each god had their own temples, their own priests, their own festivals. But they were not isolated. They were part of a divine family, a cosmic community. Their stories intertwined, their powers complemented one another. They saw richness, complexity, and unity in diversity. These myths were not just stories, they were sacred truths. They explained the world, comforted the grieving, inspired the living. Generations. They were the heartbeat of a civilization that saw the divine in all things. In ancient Egypt, the gods were not distant figures confined to myth. They were living presences. The Egyptians believed that by honoring the gods through festivals and ceremonies, they could maintain harmony in the world and draw divine energy into their lives. Each temple was a stage for sacred drama. The rituals performed within its walls were not symbolic, they were real acts of cosmic renewal. Every morning, the high priest would enter the sanctuary, awaken the god's statue with incense and song, and offer food, water, and clothing. These rituals mirrored the care given to a living being, for the statue was not just an image, it was the god's earthly vessel, imbued with divine presence through ceremony. But while daily temple rituals were performed by priests behind closed doors, the great festivals brought the gods out into the open. These were moments of joy, color, and connection when the divine stepped into the world of the people. Each year, during the inundation season, the statues of Ammon, Mut, and Khonsu were carried in sacred barks from Karnak to Luxor Temple. The journey, made by boat along the Nile or by processional road, was accompanied by music, dancing, and celebration. Crowds gathered to watch, to sing, to offer prayers. It was a time of renewal, when the bond between the pharaoh and the gods was reaffirmed, and the blessings of fertility and abundance were invoked for the coming year. Another powerful celebration was the beautiful Feast of the Valley. During this festival, the living crossed the Nile to visit the tombs of their ancestors on the west bank. Other deities were carried in procession to the necropolis, linking the worlds of the living, the dead, and the divine. It was a time of reunion, of remembrance, of joy. The festival of Bastet, held in her city of Bubastis. Pilgrims traveled from across Egypt by boat, singing and playing music along the way. They brought offerings of wine, perfume, and flowers to the goddess's temple, where they danced, feasted, and gave thanks for her protection and grace. Bastet, the gentle cat goddess, was honored not with solemnity, but with laughter and light. Other festivals marked the changing of the seasons, the rising of Sirius, the birth of the gods. But all were rooted in the belief that the gods were near, that their stories were alive, and that by honoring them, the people could align themselves with the divine order. Music played a central role in these celebrations. Harps, flutes, sistrums, and drums filled the air with rhythm and melody. Of the stars, the river, the wind, perfumes of myrrh, frankincense, and lotus filled the air. They were not intermediaries in the modern sense. They were caretakers of divine presence, stewards of cosmic balance. Their role was not to preach, but to perform. to preserve, to protect, entering the temple as servants of the gods. But the people, too, had their role. They brought offerings, lit lamps, recited prayers. They told the stories of the gods to their children, painted their images on household shrines, and wore amulets bearing their symbols. The divine was not confined to the temple. It lived in the home, in the field, in the heart. And so, through these festivals and rituals, the myths of Egypt were not just remembered, they were relived. The gods were not just honored, they were welcomed. The people did not just believe, they participated. They danced with Hathor, mourned with Isis, sailed with Ra, and stood beside Horus in his triumph. They became part of the story. To the people of ancient Egypt, mythology was not just a collection of tales. It was a moral compass, a spiritual guide, and a mirror of the human soul. The stories of the gods were not distant legends, they were reflections of life's deepest truths. Through them, the Egyptians learned how to live with honor, how to face suffering. Just a goddess. She was the principle that held the universe together. She was the feather against which every heart would be weighed. To live in Mat was to live with integrity, to speak truth, to act with kindness, to respect the gods. The land, Ra, the sun god, upheld it each day as he sailed across the sky. Osiris judged the dead by it in the Hall of Two Truths. Even the pharaoh, the living Horus, was sworn to uphold Mat in his rule. When kings ruled justly, the land prospered. When they strayed, chaos crept in. The story of Horus and Seth was more than a tale of rivalry. It was a lesson in justice. After Seth murdered Osiris and seized the throne, Horus challenged him. Their conflict was long and complex, filled with trials, deception, and divine judgment. In the end, Horus prevailed not through brute strength alone, but through perseverance, wisdom, and the support of the gods. His victory restored order and affirmed the rightful path. It reminded the people that justice, though sometimes delayed, would triumph. The myth of Osiris offered comfort in the face of death. His dismemberment and resurrection symbolized the cycles of nature, the flooding and receding of the Nile, the planting and harvesting of crops, the setting and rising of the sun. Just as Osiris rose from death to rule the underworld, so too could the soul rise to eternal life. His story gave meaning to mourning, hope to the grieving, and a promise that love could overcome even death. The Egyptians believed that the soul was made of many parts, each with its own role, its own destiny. The Qa was the life force, sustained by offerings. The Ba was the personality, able to travel between worlds. Were not metaphors, they were real, vital, and sacred. To care for the soul was to care for the whole person, in life and beyond. The journey of the soul through the underworld was not a punishment, it was a test. The soul had to pass through gates, face guardians, and recite spells. Its purity, its truth, its alignment with Mat. The weighing of the heart was the final trial. If the heart was light, the soul was welcomed into the field of Ridza, paradise of peace, abundance, and reunion. If not, it was devoured by Ammit, and the soul ceased to exist. This belief shaped Egyptian ethics. People were taught to be honest, generous, respectful, and kind. They were encouraged to care for the poor, to feed the hungry, to speak gently, to act justly. The negative confession, recited by the dead before Osiris, was a list of virtues. I have not stolen. I have not lied. I have not caused pain. I have not polluted the river. I have not turned away the hungry. I have not raised my voice in anger. These were not just religious ideals, they were daily practices. They were taught in homes, in schools, in temples. They were carved into tombs, painted on coffins, whispered in prayers. They were the foundation of a society that saw morality not as a burden, but as a path to harmony. Even fate, in the Egyptian view, was not rigid. The gods had power, but so did the individual. Through right action, prayer, and ritual, one could influence the course of life. Dreams were messages. Omens were signs. The future was not fixed, it was shaped by the choices of the heart. And so, the myths of Egypt were not just stories of gods, they were stories of us. They spoke of love and loss, of courage and fear, of justice and redemption. They reminded the people that they were part of a larger story, a sacred order, a divine rhythm. They offered not just explanations, but inspiration. As the centuries passed and the temples fell silent, the myths of ancient Egypt did not disappear. They lingered in the stones, in the stars, in the stories whispered from one generation to the next. Though the gods no longer walked in gilded sanctuaries or sailed the Nile in sacred barks, their presence endured in memory, in art, in the quiet awe that still stirs when we gaze upon their images. The myths of Egypt were never meant to be forgotten. They were carved into temple walls, painted on tomb ceilings, written on scrolls of papyrus. They were told in song, in ritual, in the hush of twilight. They were not just for the elite, they belonged to everyone. Farmers, scribes, priests, and children all knew the names of Isis and Osiris, Ra and Anubis, Bastet and Thoth. These gods were part of the family, part of the land, part of the soul. And though the temples crumbled and the language changed, the stories remained. They traveled across time and space, inspiring poets, philosophers, and seekers. The image of the sun god's nightly journey through the underworld became a symbol of resilience. The tale of Isis's devotion to Osiris became a model of love and loyalty. The weighing of the heart became a metaphor for conscience, for justice, for the quiet truth we carry within. Even today, we feel their echoes. We see the eye of Horus in jewelry, tattoos, and talismans, symbols of protection and healing. We speak of the phoenix, a bird of rebirth, whose roots lie in the Bennu bird of Heliopolis. We marvel at the pyramids, not just as feats of engineering, but as monuments to a belief in eternity. We read the Book of the Dead and find in its pages a reflection of our own hopes, fears, and longing for meaning. The gods of Egypt were not perfect. They quarreled, they wept, they struggled, but in their imperfection, they were relatable. They taught that even the divine could suffer, could change, could grow. They showed that the sacred was not separate from life, it was woven into it. In the Nile's flood, in the lotus's bloom, in the rising of the sun, the Egyptians saw the hand of the gods. Their myths were not static, they evolved. New gods rose, old ones merged, stories shifted. But the core remained, a reverence for life, a respect for death, a belief in the soul's journey. The myths were not dog mode, they were dialogue. They invited reflection, imagination, and participation. They were not meant to be obeyed, they were meant to be lived. And so, as you rest now, let the stories of ancient Egypt wrap around you like a linen shroud. Let the voices of the gods whisper in your dreams. Let the rhythm of the myths carry you across the river of sleep, into a world where the stars are gods. The wind is a prayer, and the soul is eternal. Close your eyes, breathe deeply. You are not just remembering, you are returning. You are walking beside Isis as she searches for Osiris. You are sailing with Ra through the underworld. You are standing before the scales, your heart light with truth. You are part of the story, and as you drift into sleep, know this: the gods are not gone. The myths are not lost. The sacred still lives in you, in me, in the stories we choose to carry. The divine tapestry of Egypt is not finished. It is still being woven, and you are one of its threads. Long after the last pharaoh laid down his scepter, long after the temples fell silent and the hieroglyphs faded from memory, the spirit of ancient Egypt continued to whisper through the corridors of history. It whispered in stone and sand, in scroll and scripture, in the dreams of poets and the visions of kings. Though empires rose and fell, Egypt endured, not as a political power, but as an idea, a symbol, a legacy. The legacy of ancient Egypt is not confined to museums or textbooks. It lives in the very foundations of our world. It shaped the way we build, the way we write, the way we think about life, death, and the divine. It left its mark on art, science, religion, and philosophy. It inspired conquerors, scholars, mystics, and dreamers. It continues to inspire us still. One of Egypt's most visible legacies is its architecture. The pyramids of Giza, rising from the desert-like mountains of memory, remain among the most iconic structures on Earth. Built over 4,500 years ago, they still defy time, weather, and wonder. Their precision, scale, and symbolism have fascinated generations. They were not just tombs, they were cosmic beacons, aligned with the stars, designed to guide the soul to eternity. The influence of Egyptian architecture can be seen across the ancient world. The Greeks, who admired Egypt deeply, borrowed elements of temple design: columns, capitals, symmetry. The Romans followed suit, incorporating obelisks, sphinxes, and hieroglyphic motifs into their cities. Even in modern times, echoes of Egypt appear in neoclassical buildings, Masonic lodges, and monumental memorials. The language of stone that Egypt spoke so fluently still resonates in our cities and skylines. But Egypt's legacy is not only in what was built, it is in what was known. The Egyptians were among the earliest scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. They measured the stars, mapped the heavens, and created calendars that guided agriculture and ritual. They understood geometry, using it to survey land and construct temples. They practiced medicine with remarkable sophistication, diagnosing illnesses, performing surgeries, and prescribing treatments from a vast pharmacopoeia of herbs and minerals. Their knowledge was recorded by scribes, preserved in scrolls, and passed down through generations. Though much was lost over time, fragments survived, copied by Greek scholars, translated by Arab physicians, rediscovered by Renaissance thinkers. The wisdom of Egypt flowed into the libraries of Alexandria, into the writings of Plato and Pythagoras, into the foundations of Western science and philosophy. Egypt also left a profound spiritual legacy. Its vision of the afterlife, its rituals of death and rebirth, its pantheon of gods and goddesses all shaped the religious imagination of the ancient world. The idea of judgment after death, of the soul's journey, of resurrection and eternal life these found echoes in later traditions. From Greco-Roman mystery cults to early Christianity, the goddess Isis, in particular, became a bridge between worlds. Her worship spread across the Mediterranean, from Egypt to Greece, Rome, and beyond. She was revered as a universal mother, a healer, a protector. Temples to Isis stood in Pompeii, in London, in Paris, her image crowned with a throne. Or nursing her child would later influence depictions of the Virgin Mary. Her story of love, loss, and resurrection continued to inspire long after her temples fell. Even the Egyptian concept of Mat, truth, balance, justice, left its mark. It shaped not only their legal system, but their moral philosophy. It taught that to live well was to live in harmony with others, with nature, with the divine. This idea, though expressed in different forms, would echo through Stoicism, through Christian ethics, through modern humanism, and yet, for centuries, much of Egypt's wisdom lay hidden. The language of the hieroglyphs was lost, the temples buried in sand, the scrolls scattered. Egypt became a land of mystery, of legend. Travelers and conquerors marveled at its ruins, but could not read its words. It was not until the 19th century, with the discovery of the Rosetta Stone and the work of scholars like Jean-François Champollion, that the voice of Egypt was heard again. With the deciphering of hieroglyphs came a renaissance of understanding. The walls of tombs spoke once more. The prayers of the dead were read aloud. The stories of the gods were told again. Egypt was no longer silent. It was singing, and the world listened to the ancient Greeks. Egypt was a land of wonder and wisdom. They called it the gift of the Nile, a place where the gods walked among mortals, and knowledge flowed as steadily as the river itself. Greek travelers, philosophers, and historians journeyed to Egypt not only to marvel at its monuments, but to learn from its priests, its temples, and its ancient traditions. Herodotus, often called the father of history, visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE and wrote extensively about its customs, beliefs, and marvels. Though some of his accounts were colored by myth and misunderstanding, his reverence for Egypt was clear. He described it as the cradle of civilization, a place where time stretched back beyond memory, where the people lived in harmony with the gods and the land. Greek philosophers such as Pythagoras and Plato were said to have studied in Egypt, drawing inspiration from its teachings on mathematics, cosmology, and the soul. The Egyptian concept of the soul's journey after death, its trials and transformations, found echoes in Plato's dialogues. The idea of a divine order, of harmony between the body, mind, and cosmos, resonated deeply with Greek thought. The Greeks admired Egyptian art and architecture, adopting and adapting its forms. They borrowed the obelisk, the sphinx, the use of monumental columns. They were fascinated by hieroglyphs, which they believed held mystical power. They honored Egyptian gods, especially Isis, whose cult spread widely throughout the Hellenistic world. When Alexander the Great conquered Egypt in 332 BCE, he did so not as a destroyer, but as a respectful heir. He founded the city of Alexandria, which would become a beacon of learning and culture. He visited the oracle of Ammon at Siwa Oasis, seeking divine confirmation of his rule. He was declared the son of Ammon, aligning himself with the tradition. After Alexander's death, his general Ptolemy established a dynasty that ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years. The Ptolemies embraced Egyptian customs, built temples in the traditional style, and portrayed themselves as pharaohs. They blended Greek and Egyptian religion, creating a rich fusion of beliefs. The god Serapis, for example, combined aspects of Osiris, Apis, and Hellenistic deities, becoming a symbol of unity between cultures. The most famous of the Ptolemies was Cleopatra VII, the last queen of Egypt. Fluent in Egyptian, Greek, and several other languages, she was a scholar, a diplomat, and a ruler of remarkable intelligence. She aligned herself with the goddess Isis, presenting herself as a living embodiment of divine femininity. Her alliances with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony brought Egypt into the heart of Roman politics and, ultimately, into the Roman Empire. The Romans, like the Greeks, were captivated by Egypt. They imported obelisks to Rome, built temples to Isis, and filled their villas with Egyptian art. Emperors such as Augustus and Hadrian visited Egypt, leaving inscriptions and monuments in their wake. The Nile, with its exotic allure, became a symbol of abundance and mystery. But Egypt was more than a source of fascination. It was a source of influence. Its religious ideas, especially those concerning the afterlife, the soul, and divine judgment, found their way into Roman mystery religions. The rituals of Isis and Osiris, with their themes of death and resurrection, inspired spiritual movements that offered personal salvation and eternal life. As Christianity emerged and spread, it too absorbed elements of Egyptian thought. The image of the mother and child, so central to Isis and Horus, became a powerful symbol in Christian iconography. The concept of the soul's judgment, the weighing of deeds, the promise of resurrection all found resonance in the teachings of the early church. Egypt's temples, once vibrant with ritual, were gradually closed as Christianity became dominant. The last hieroglyphic inscription was carved at Phale in 394 CE. The last known use of the Demotic script came a few decades later. The ancient language fell silent. The gods were forgotten. The myths faded into shadow. And yet, Egypt never truly vanished. Its influence was woven into the fabric of Western civilization. Its symbols, stories, and structures lived in churches, in cathedrals, in sacred texts, and secret societies. It became a source of mystery, of inspiration, of longing for something ancient and eternal. For centuries after the fall of the Roman Empire, the voice of ancient Egypt grew quiet. Its temples were buried beneath sand, its language forgotten, its gods remembered only in fragments and fables. Yet, even in silence, Egypt continued to haunt the imagination of the world. It lived in the margins of medieval manuscripts, in the cryptic symbols of alchemists, in the whispered legends of travelers who spoke of pyramids and lost wisdom during the Renaissance. A new curiosity stirred. Scholars in Europe, inspired by the rediscovery of classical texts, began to look eastward to the lands of the Bible, of myth, of ancient grandeur. Egypt, with its colossal ruins and mysterious hieroglyphs, became a symbol of hidden knowledge. Artists painted scenes of pharaohs and pyramids. Philosophers speculated about the wisdom of the priests of Helios. Egypt was no longer just a place, it was an idea, a key to understanding the origins of civilization. But it was not until the 18th and 19th centuries that Egypt truly re-entered the world's consciousness. The Enlightenment brought with it a hunger for knowledge, for exploration, for the decoding of ancient mysteries. travelers, scholars, and adventurers journeyed to the Nile Valley, sketching temples, collecting artifacts, and writing vivid accounts of what they saw. In 1798, Napoleon Bonaparte led a military expedition to Egypt, not only with soldiers, but with scientists, engineers, and artists. This savants corps documented the lands, monuments, flora, fauna, and people in meticulous detail. Their work culminated in the monumental publication of the Description de l'Egypte, a multi-volume encyclopedia that introduced Europe to the wonders of the ancient land. Among the treasures discovered during this expedition was a black basalt slab inscribed with 3 scripts: Greek, Demotic, and hieroglyphic. This was the Rosetta Stone, found near the town of Rosetta in 1799. It would become the key to unlocking the lost language of the pharaohs. For centuries, hieroglyphs had been misunderstood. Some believed they were purely symbolic, others thought they were magical. But in 1822, a young French scholar named Jean-François Champollion made a breakthrough. By comparing the Greek and Egyptian texts on the Rosetta Stone and drawing on his deep knowledge of Coptic, a later form of the Egyptian language, he deciphered the hieroglyphic script. For the first time in over 1,000 years, the words of ancient Egypt could be read again. This moment was a turning point. Tombs that had been silent now spoke. Temples that had been mute now sang. The prayers, poems, and records of a lost civilization came back to life. Egyptology was born, a new field of study dedicated to understanding the language, history, and culture of the ancient Nile. The 19th century saw a surge of interest in all things Egyptian. Museums across Europe and America filled their halls with statues, coffins, and scrolls. Writers and poets drew inspiration from the myths of Isis and Osiris. Architects designed buildings in Egyptian revival style, with lotus columns and pyramid-shaped roofs. Egypt became a symbol of mystery, of antiquity, of timeless wisdom. But this fascination was not without its shadows. Many artifacts were removed from Egypt without consent, scattered across the globe. Tombs were opened, mummies unwrapped, treasures taken. The ancient dead, once honored with care and reverence, were sometimes treated as curiosities. The line between scholarship and spectacle blurred. Still, the rediscovery of Egypt sparked a deeper appreciation for its achievements. Scholars translated the Book of the Dead, studied the medical papyri, mapped the dynasties. They uncovered the stories of forgotten pharaohs, the lives of artisans, the prayers of farmers. They began to see Egypt not as a land of magic and myth alone, but as a complex, vibrant civilization, one that had shaped the world in ways both visible and invisible. And for many, Egypt became more than a subject of study. It became a source of spiritual inspiration. Mystics and esoteric thinkers saw in its symbols a hidden wisdom. Freemasons, theosophists, and other spiritual movements adopted Egyptian imagery and ideas, believing that the ancient priests had preserved truths about the soul, the cosmos, and the divine. In this way, Egypt's legacy expanded not just through history books, but through art, architecture, philosophy, and faith. It became a bridge between past and present, between the known and the mysterious, between the earthly and the eternal. In the early 20th century, the sands of Egypt still held secrets buried for thousands of years, waiting patiently beneath the desert sun. Archaeologists had uncovered temples, deciphered texts, and mapped ancient cities. Yet one mystery remained: the tomb of a little-known boy king whose name had been nearly erased from history. His name was Tutankhamun. For years, British archaeologist Howard Carter searched the Valley of the Kings, convinced that the tomb of Tutankhamun had not yet been found. Many doubted him. The valley had been thoroughly explored, and most believed that nothing remained. But Carter persisted, and on November 4, 1922, his team uncovered a step cut into the Rokan entrance, sealed with ancient plaster and stamped with the royal insignia. What lay beyond would astonish the world. Inside the tomb, Carter found a treasure trove untouched by time: golden statues, alabaster jars, chariots, thrones, jewelry, and ritual objects. And at the heart of it all, a nested series of shrines and coffins, each more ornate than the last. Within the innermost coffin, made of solid gold, rested the mummy of Tutankhamun, his face covered by a now iconic golden mask. The discovery was unlike anything the modern world had seen. Newspapers around the globe reported the find with breathless excitement. Photographs of the glittering artifacts captivated millions. Egypt, once the realm of scholars and mystics, now entered the popular imagination. The boy king became a symbol of ancient splendor, his name known in every household. Tutankhamun's tomb was not the grandest, nor was he the most powerful of pharaohs. He ruled for less than a decade and died around the age of 19. But the preservation of his burial nearly intact offered an unprecedented glimpse into the world of the new kingdom. It revealed the artistry, the ritual, the reverence with which the Egyptians honored their dead. It confirmed what scholars had long believed, that Egypt was a civilization of profound beauty, complexity, and spiritual depth. The discovery also sparked a wave of Egyptomania across the globe. Fashion, film, and design embraced Egyptian motifs. Jewelry mimicked the styles found in the tomb. Hollywood produced epic films set in the land of the pharaohs. Museums saw record attendance. The fascination with Egypt was no longer confined to academia, had become a cultural phenomenon. But the legacy of Tutankhamun was more than gold and glamour. His tomb reminded the world of something deeper, that even the smallest voice from the past can echo across time, that a forgotten king, buried in haste, could become a symbol of immortality, that the sands of Egypt still held stories waiting to be told. Throughout the 20th century, archaeological work continued to reveal new wonders. Temples were restored, tombs were mapped, and ancient cities were unearthed. The Temple of Abu Simbel, threatened by the rising waters of Lake Nasser, was carefully dismantled and relocated, a feat of modern engineering that honored the legacy of Ramses the Great. The Temple of Karnak, with its forest of columns, was studied and preserved. The tombs of artisans at Deir el-Medina revealed the lives of those who built the royal necropolis, ordinary people with extraordinary skill and devotion. Egyptology became a global discipline, with scholars from every continent contributing to the understanding of this ancient land. Universities offered courses, museums curated exhibitions, and documentaries brought the past to life. The study of Egypt was no longer the domain of a few, it belonged to the world, and through it all, the myths endured. The stories of Isis and Osiris, of Ra and Anubis, of Horus and Seth continued to inspire. They were retold in books, reimagined in art, reinterpreted in spiritual practice. They reminded us that the questions the Egyptians asked about life, death, justice, and the soul are questions we still ask today. In the golden mask of Tutankhamun, we see not just a face, but a mirror, a reflection of our longing for meaning, for beauty, for connection to something greater than ourselves. A reminder that the past is not gonna is with us, shaping us, calling us to remember. In the modern world, the legacy of ancient Egypt is not confined to ruins or relics. It lives in the hearts of people, in the identity of a nation, and in the imagination of a global community. It is a legacy that continues to evolve, to inspire, and to connect for the people of Egypt today. The ancient past is not a distant curiosity, is a source of pride, of continuity, of cultural strength. The pyramids, the temples, the hieroglyphs are not just tourist attractions. They are symbols of resilience, of ingenuity, of a civilization that shaped the world. Millennia, that they are heirs to a heritage both majestic and enduring. This connection is visible in everyday life. Egyptian schoolchildren learn about the pharaohs and gods alongside modern history. Artists draw inspiration from ancient motifs. Musicians incorporate traditional rhythms that echo the past. The image of the lotus, the scarab, the Antheus, ancient symbols, still appear in jewelry, textiles, and public art. They are not relics, they are living emblems. The revival of interest in Egypt's heritage has also led to renewed efforts in preservation and education. Egyptian archaeologists, historians, and conservators are at the forefront of research and restoration. Institutions like the Grand Egyptian Museum near the Giza Plateau are designed not only to showcase the treasures of the past, but to tell Egypt's story through Egyptian voices. These efforts reclaim the narrative, ensuring that the legacy of ancient Egypt is not just studied, is owned, honored, and shared by those who live in its shadow. Globally, Egypt continues to captivate, to explore themes of power, transformation, and immortality. Filmmakers recreate its landscapes to evoke mystery and grandeur. Designers borrow its lines and symbols to express elegance and timelessness. Egypt is not just a subject, is a muse. In spiritual and metaphysical circles, Egyptian symbolism remains potent. The Eye of Horus is worn as a talisman of protection. The concept of Mat inspires ethical reflection. The story of Isis and Osiris is retold as a metaphor for healing and rebirth. For many, Egypt represents a bridge between the material and the spiritual, the ancient, and the eternal. Even in science and technology, echoes of Egypt remain. The precision of the pyramids continues to challenge and inspire engineers. The astronomical alignments of temples intrigue astrophysicists. The medical texts of Imhotep, the architect and healer, are studied as early examples of holistic care. Egypt reminds us that innovation is not new, that the pursuit of knowledge is as old as civilization itself. And in the digital age, Egypt's legacy has found new life. Virtual reconstructions allow people around the world to explore tombs and temples from their homes. Online courses teach hieroglyphs to curious learners. The past is no longer locked in stone, it is shared, streamed, and celebrated. But perhaps the most powerful aspect of Egypt's legacy is its ability to connect. Universal. It speaks of the human desire to understand the world, to honor the sacred, to leave a mark. It speaks of the beauty of balance, the dignity of death, the hope of eternity in a world often fragmented and fast-moving. Egypt offers a different rhythm of cycles, of continuity, of reverence. It reminds us that greatness is not measured only in conquest or wealth, but in wisdom, in harmony, in the stories we choose to tell. And so, the legacy of ancient Egypt is not finished. It is still unfolding in classrooms and museums, in dreams and discoveries, in the quiet awe of those who stand before a statue, a scroll, a star. Cools beneath a sky of deepening blue. The monuments of ancient Egypt cast long shadows, silent, enduring, serene. They have stood for thousands of years, weathering wind and time, bearing witness to the rise and fall of empires, the passing of generations. And still they speak. They speak not only of kings and gods, but of values, of questions, of truths that remain as relevant now as they were then. For the legacy of Egypt is not just in its stones, it is in its wisdom. It is in the way the Egyptians saw the world, the way they honored life, the way they prepared for death. They believed that life was sacred, that every sunrise was a blessing, every breath a gift. They prayed, they celebrated, they built not only for themselves, but for eternity. Their art, their writing, their rituals, all were expressions of reverence, of beauty, of connection. They believed that death was not an end, but a transformation. With care, with prayers, with offerings, with love. They imagined a world beyond this one, a world of peace, of reunion, of light. And they lived their lives in a way that honored that hope. They believed in balance, in the harmony between truth and justice, between self and society, between the seen and the unseen. They knew that to live well was to live in alignment with the gods, with the earth, with the heart. They taught that what we do matters, that our words, our actions, our choices shape not only our lives, but the world around us. These lessons are not lost. They are not buried. They are here in the stories we tell, in the values we hold, in the questions we ask. What is the purpose of life? What happens after death? The Egyptians did not claim to have all the answers. Where the soul is eternal, where the past and future are joined in a great unfolding. And so, as you rest now, let that vision settle gently into your heart. Let the calm of the Nile, the stillness of the tombs, the wisdom of the stars guide you into peace. You are not alone. You are part of a story that stretches back to the dawn of time. Sky and saw not just light, but meaning. Close your eyes, breathe deeply. Let the spirit of ancient Egypt wrap around you like a linen shroud, soft, warm, eternal. You are safe. You are home. And as you drift into sleep, remember, the pyramids still stand, the gods still whisper, the soul still journeys, and the legacy of Egypt lives in you. Before the pyramids, before the temples, before the names of kings were carved into stone, there was the river, the Nile, a ribbon of life winding through the desert, flowing from the heart of Africa to the edge of the sea. To the people of ancient Egypt, the Nile was not just a river, it was the source of all things. It was a god, a guide, a giver of life. Each year, the Nile rose in flood, swelling with waters from distant rains in the Ethiopian highlands. The river overflowed its banks, spreading rich black silt across the land. This silt kemet, the black earth, was a gift from the gods. It made the soil fertile, the crops abundant, the people nourished. Without the flood, there was no harvest. Without the river, there was no Egypt. The Egyptians divided their land into two parts, the Black Land and the Red Land. The Black Land was the narrow strip of fertile soil along the riverbanks where people lived, farmed, and built their cities. The Red Land was the vast desert beyond, harsh, dry, and sacred. It was the realm of the dead, the domain of Seth, the god of chaos. But it was also a place of minerals, of hidden tombs, of spiritual testing. Together, these two lands formed a balanced life and death, order and mystery. Green and gold, the Nile flowed from south to north, but the Egyptians oriented their world differently. To them, the south was Upper Egypt, the land of the lotus, the narrow valley between cliffs. The north was Lower Egypt, the land of the papyrus, the wide delta that opened to the Mediterranean. Rituals, their sense of direction. The east, where the sun rose, was the land of the living. The west, where the sun set, was the land of the dead. This sacred geography was not just physical, it was spiritual. The Nile was a mirror of the heavens, its flow echoing the path of the sun, its cycles reflecting the rhythms of life and eternity. The river was personified as Hapi, a god of abundance, shone with blue skin and a belly full of nourishment. Hapi was neither male nor female, but both symbolizing fertility, balance, and unity. Offerings were made to Hapi at the start of the flood, prayers sung to welcome the waters, hymns written in gratitude for the gifts of the river. The seasons of Egypt followed the Nile's rhythm. There were three: Akhet, the inundation; Pere, the growing; and Shemu, the harvest. Akhet began in mid-July, when the river rose and covered the fields. It was a time of rest, of renewal, of anticipation. Pere followed in November, as the waters receded and the land was plowed and planted. It was a time of labor, of hope, of growth. Shemu came in March, when the crops ripened and were gathered. It was a time of abundance, of celebration, of gratitude. These seasons shaped every aspect of Egyptian life. The calendar was based on them, the festivals aligned with them, the gods were honored in accordance with them. The people lived not by the clock, but by the riveret's rise and fall, its silence and song. Temples were often built near the Nile, their pylons facing the river. Their sanctuaries, aligned with celestial events, was oriented to the rising sun at the summer solstice. The temple of Dendora was aligned with the heliacal rising of Sirius, the star whose appearance marked the beginning of the flood. These alignments were not accidental. They were intentional, sacred, precise. They reflected a worldview in which nature and divinity were one. The Nile was also a highway connecting cities, temples, and people. Boats of all kinds, papyrus skiffs, wooden barges, royal ships glided along its waters. Trade flowed with the current. Pilgrims traveled to festivals. The dead were ferried to their tombs on the West Bank. The river was not just a source of life, it was a path of connection, of movement, of meaning. And in the stillness of night, when the stars shimmered above the dark waters, the Egyptians looked to the sky and saw their myths reflected, saw the Milky Way as a celestial Nile flowing through the heavens. They saw the constellation of Orion as Osiris, the eternal king. They saw Sirius as the goddess Sopdet, heralding the flood, bringing life to the land. To live in Egypt was to live in a sacred landscape, a land where every hill, every bend in the river, every breeze carried the breath of the divine. Was not just terrain, it was theology. The land itself was a temple, and the Nile its sacred axis to the people of ancient Egypt. Nature was not separate from the divine. Every tree, every breeze, every creature carried the breath of the gods. The world around them was alive with meaning, and their temples, festivals, and daily rituals reflected a deep reverence for the natural world. Temples were not just places of worship, they were cosmic sanctuaries designed to mirror the order of the universe. Their architecture echoed the landscape, pylons like mountains, columns like papyrus stalks, ceilings painted with stars. The sanctuary at the heart of the temple was the sacred mound, the first land to rise from the waters of chaos. The temple itself was a recreation of creation. Many temples were dedicated to gods who embodied natural forces. At Kam-Umbu, a temple stood on the banks of the Nile, honoring both Sobek, the crocodile god of fertility and protection, and Horus the elder, the falcon god of kingship and the sky. The duality of the temple reflected the balance of nature, its danger and its grace, its wildness and its order. At Edfu, the temple of Horus rose like a fortress, its walls covered in scenes of divine battles and celestial harmony. Horus, the falcon-headed god, was not only a symbol of kingship, he was the sky itself, his wings spanning the heavens, his eyes the sun and moon. To worship Horus was to honor the vastness above, the clarity of vision, the strength of flight. Festivals were moments when the divine and natural worlds came together in celebration. They followed the rhythms of the seasons, the cycles of the moon, the rising of stars. During the Opet festival in Thebes, the statues of Amun, Mut, and Khonsu were carried from Karnak to Luxor in a grand procession. The journey mirrored the movement of the sun, the flow of the Nile, the renewal of life. People gathered along the riverbanks, offering flowers, singing hymns, and rejoicing in the presence of the gods. The beautiful feast of the valley was another sacred celebration held during the season of Shemu, the harvest. Families crossed the Nile to visit the tombs of their ancestors, bringing food, incense, and music. It was a time of remembrance, of reunion, of honoring the cycle of life and death. The gods joined the journey, their statues carried in boats, their blessings shared with the living and the dead. Even animals were seen as sacred, not in abstraction, but in presence. The Egyptians believed that certain animals embodied the essence of the gods. The ibis was sacred to Thoth, the god of wisdom. The cow was sacred to Hathor, the goddess of love and motherhood. The lioness was sacred to Sekhmet, the fierce protector. The crocodile, feared and revered, was sacred to Sobek. These animals were not symbols, they were manifestations. In some cases, animals were kept in temple precincts, cared for by priests, honored with offerings. When they died, they were mummified and buried with ceremony. The Apis bull, sacred to Ptah and later Osiris, was one of the most revered, chosen for its unique markings. The Apis bull lived in Memphis, attended by priests, visited by pilgrims. Upon its death, it was buried in the Serapeum, a vast underground necropolis, and a new Apis was sought. Cats, too, held a special place in Egyptian hearts. Associated with Bastet, the gentle goddess of home and protection, cats were kept in households, temples, and even palaces. They were guardians of grain, companions of families, and protectors of the sacred. To harm a cat was a grave offense. To care for one was an act of devotion. The reverence for animals extended to the wild as well. The cobra, the falconol, were seen as carriers of divine energy. The scarab, in particular, was a powerful symbol of rebirth. Its daily ritual of rolling dung into a ball and burying it mirrored the sun's journey across the sky and the soul's journey through the underworld. Scarabs were worn as amulets, carved into seals, placed in tombs. They were reminders that life renews, that the smallest creature can carry the greatest truth. This deep connection to nature was not romantic, it was practical, spiritual, and profound. The Egyptians lived in a land where survival depended on understanding the environment. They read the stars, watched the river, listened to the wind. They knew that to live well was to live in harmony with the land, with the seasons, with the sacred patterns that shaped the world. And so, their temples rose like mountains, their festivals flowed like rivers, their prayers echoed the calls of birds and the rustle of reeds. They did not worship nature, they lived within it, as part of it, as stewards of its mystery. To the ancient Egyptians, geography was never random. Every city, every temple, every tomb was placed with intention aligned, not only with the land, but with the stars, the sun, and the sacred order of the cosmos. The landscape was a living map of divine harmony, and to build upon it was to participate in creation itself. The Nile was the central axis of this sacred geography. Flowing from south to north, it divided the land into two symbolic halves. The east, where the sun rose, was the realm of the living. The west, where the sun set, was the realm of the dead. This duality shaped the placement of everything. Temples to the gods were built on the east bank, facing the dawn. Tombs and necropolises were built on the west bank, where the sun disappeared. Into the underworld, the city of Thebes, modern-day Luxor, was a perfect expression of this cosmic design. On the east bank stood the great temples of Karnak and Luxor, dedicated to Amun, Mut, and Khonsu. These temples were not isolated sanctuaries, they were part of a larger ritual landscape. A processional avenue lined with sphinxes connected them, and during festivals, statues of the gods were carried between them in sacred boats. On the west bank, across the river, lay the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens, hidden tombs carved into the cliffs where pharaohs and nobles were laid to rest. Nearby stood mortuary temples like the Ramesseum and the stunning temple of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahri, nestled into the cliffs like a natural extension of the earth. These temples were not just memorials, they were portals between worlds, places where the living could honor the dead and the dead could receive offerings from the living. The alignment of temples was often astronomical. Many were oriented to the rising or setting sun on specific days of the year, solstices, equinoxes, or the heliacal rising of Sirius, the star that heralded the Nile flood. At Abu Simbel, the temple of Ramses II was carved into a cliff so that twice a year the rising sun would illuminate the inner sanctuary, lighting the statues of the gods and Ramses himself, while leaving the god of the underworld in shadow. This was not coincidence, it was cosmic choreography. The Egyptians also mapped their land through myth. Certain places were believed to be the sites of divine events, where Osiris was buried, where Horus battled Seth, where the first mound of creation rose from the waters. These locations became pilgrimage sites, temple grounds, and centers of ritual. The city of Abydos, for example, was sacred to Osiris. Pilgrims traveled there to honor the god of the dead, to participate in reenactments of his myth, and to be buried nearby, hoping to share in his resurrection. Heliopolis, the city of the sun, was another sacred center. It was here that the sun god Ra was believed to have first appeared, rising from the Benben stone, the city's obelisk stall. Slender monuments carved from a single piece of stone were symbols of the sun's rays, of divine presence, of eternal light. Even after the city declined, its obelisks were carried to Rome, Paris, London, and New York, silent ambassadors of Egypt's sacred geometry. Memphis, the ancient capital of Lower Egypt, was the seat of Ptah, the creator god who shaped the world. With his heart and tongue, the city was a hub of art, craftsmanship, and theology. Its necropolis at Saqqara included the step pyramid of Djoserra, the first monumental stone structure in history designed by the architect Imhotep. This pyramid, with its layered form, symbolized the primeval mound and the ascent to the heavens. Even the smallest villages were shaped by sacred geography. Homes were built with respect to the cardinal directions. Shrines were placed to face the rising sun. Fields were plowed in harmony with the flood. The land was not just inhabited, was honored. This cosmic mapping extended to the heavens. The Egyptians saw the sky as a mirror of the earth. The Milky Way was the celestial Nile. The stars were gods, ancestors, and guides. The constellation of Orion was Osiris, the eternal king. Sirius was Sopdet, the goddess who brought the flood. The Decans's 36 star groups that rose in Cygnus marked the hours of the night and the passage of time by aligning their buildings, their rituals, and their lives with these celestial patterns. The Egyptians believed they were maintaining the balance of the universe. To live in harmony with the land and the sky was to live in truth, in order, in sacred rhythm. And so, the geography of Egypt was not just physical, it was spiritual. It was a map of myth, a calendar of stars, a reflection of eternity. Every stone placed, every temple built, every tomb carved was an act of devotion, a gesture of alignment, a step toward the divine. Beyond the fertile banks of the Nile, where crops grew and cities thrived, stretched the vast and silent desert. To the untrained eye, it may have seemed lifeless, an expanse of sand and stone, scorched by the sun and swept by wind. But to the ancient Egyptians, the desert was not empty, it was sacred. It was the red Landeshret, the realm of mystery, danger, and transformation. The desert was the domain of Seth, the god of chaos, storms, and wild places. He was the brother and rival of Osiris, the slayer of order, the force of disruption. Yet Seth was not purely evil. He was necessary. He represented the untamed, the unpredictable, the edge of the known world. Without Seth, there could be no Horus. Without the desert, there could be no Nile. The Egyptians saw the desert as a threshold, a place between life and death, between civilization and the unknown. It was where the sun god Ra journeyed each night, sailing through the underworld, facing serpents and shadows before rising again. It was where the dead were buried, their tombs carved into cliffs, their souls beginning the journey to eternity. It was where pilgrims walked in silence, seeking visions, blessings, or the presence of the divine. The cliffs that bordered the Nile Valley were not just geological features, they were spiritual sentinels. The Theban hills, rising above the west bank of the Nile, were seen as the gateway to the afterlife. Their folds and crevices held the tombs of kings, queens, and nobles. Their silence was filled with memory. Their shadows marked the passage of time. The Valley of the Kings, hidden among these cliffs, was chosen not only for its seclusion, but for its symbolism. The valley's shape resembled a pyramid, its peak rising above the tombs like a natural Benbun stone. Here, the pharaohs of the new kingdom were laid to rest, their tombs carved deep into the rock, their walls painted with spells and stars. The valley was not just a burial ground, it was a sacred womb, a place of rebirth. The desert also held oases, green jewels in a sea of gold. These fertile pockets, fed by underground springs, were seen as gifts from the gods. They were places of refuge, of healing, of spiritual power. The Siwa oasis, far to the west, was home to the Oracle of Ammon, where even Alexander the Great came to seek divine confirmation of his rule. The oasis was not just a place, it was a revelation. Mountains, too, held deep meaning. The Egyptians believed that the first land to rise from the waters of chaos was a sacred hill. Every mountain echoed that original moment of creation. The cliffs of Deir el-Bahari, where Hatshepsut built her mortuary temple, were seen as the arms of the goddess Hathor, embracing the dead and guiding them to the afterlife. The temple itself was built in harmony with the cliffs, its terraces rising like steps to the sky in the Sinai Peninsula. The turquoise mines were sacred to Hathor, the Lady of the Turquoise. Pilgrims and miners carved her image into the rocks, offering prayers for protection and success. The desert paths that led to these mines were not just trade routes, they were pilgrimages, journeys through sacred space. Even the winds of the desert were personified. The hot, dry Khamsin winds were feared and respected. They were seen as the breath of Seth, stirring the sands, testing the spirit. Travelers prepared for them with care, offering prayers and seeking shelter. The desert was not to be conquered, it was to be honored, and so the Egyptians did not fear the desert. They revered it. They entered it with humility, with offerings, with awareness. They saw in its silence the voice of the gods. They saw in its vastness the mystery of the soul. They saw in its harshness the promise of transformation. The desert was a place of endings and beginnings. It was where the sun died and was reborn. It was where the body was buried and the spirit rose. It was where the known gave way to the unknown, where the visible faded into the invisible, where the soul stepped beyond the veil. To walk into the desert was to walk into the sacred. To climb a mountain was to approach the divine. To find an oasis was to receive a blessing. To bury the dead in the cliffs was to return them to the arms of eternity. In the world of ancient Egypt, even the smallest elements of nature were filled with meaning. A flower blooming in the marsh, a bird gliding across the sky, a stone warmed by the sun, each was a message, a symbol, a thread in the great tapestry of creation. The Egyptians did not separate the sacred from the natural. They saw the divine in every leaf, every feather, every grain of sand. Among the most sacred plants was the lotus. It grew in the still waters of the Nile, its roots anchored in the mud, its blossom rising above the surface to greet the sun. Each morning, the lotus opened its petals with the dawn, and each evening it closed again with the dusk. This daily rhythm made it a powerful symbol of rebirth, of the soul's awakening, of the eternal cycle of life and death. The lotus was associated with the sun god Ra, who was said to have emerged from its petals at the beginning of time. It was also linked to Nefertum, the youthful god of beauty and healing, who wore a lotus on his head. In tombs and temples, the lotus appeared in carvings, paintings, and offerings. It was held in the hands of gods and kings, placed in the coffins of the dead, and woven into garlands for the living. Another sacred plant was the papyrus. It grew in thick clusters along the Nile's banks, its tall green stalks crowned with feathery plumes. Papyrus was not only useful, it was symbolic. It represented Lower Egypt, the Delta, the feminine principle, and the goddess Wajet. It was used to make scrolls, mats, boats, and baskets. It was painted on temple walls, held in the hands of deities, and offered in rituals of renewal. Together, the lotus and papyrus symbolized the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. They were often shown entwined around the Jed pillar or the Sema symbol, representing strength, stability, and harmony. These plants were not just decorative, they were sacred emblems of cosmic balance. Stones, too, held spiritual power. The Egyptians believed that certain stones carried the essence of the gods. Lapis lazuli, with its deep blue hue and golden flecks, was associated with the heavens, with the hair of the gods, with the night sky. It was used in amulets, jewelry, and statues of deities. Carnelian, a rich red stone, symbolized vitality and protection. Turquoise, sacred to Hathor, was worn for joy and healing. Even the act of carving stone was sacred. To inscribe a name, a prayer, or a spell into limestone or granite was to make it eternal. The hieroglyphs themselves were not just letters, they were living symbols, each with its own spirit, its own voice. To write was to invoke, to carve was to consecrate. Animals, as we've seen, were also deeply revered. But beyond the sacred animals of the temples, the Egyptians honored the creatures of the land and sky in their art, their myths, and their daily lives. The heron, known as the Bennu bird, was a symbol of creation and rebirth. It was said to have perched on the first mound of earth at the dawn of time, crying out to awaken the world. The Bennu may have inspired the later myth of the Phoenician bird that dies in flame and rises anew. The scarab beetle, or Keper, was another powerful symbol. It rolled its ball of dung across the ground, just as the sun god Ra rolled the sun across the sky. The word Keper also meant to become or to transform. Scarabs were worn as amulets, placed over the heart of the dead, and carved with spells of protection and renewal. The falcon, swift and pied, was the bird of Horus, the sky god and protector of kings. The cobra, or uraeus, was the emblem of royal power, worn on the brow of the pharaoh, ready to strike at enemies. The vulture, sacred to Nekhbet, was a symbol of maternal care and divine guardianship. Part of this living world, the Egyptians watched the night sky with reverence, mapping the movements of constellations, tracking the rising of Sirius, and dividing the night into hours marked by star groups called decans. The stars were not distant, they were ancestors, gods and guides. They lit the path of the soul through the underworld. They marked the seasons, the festivals, the sacred time. The Milky Way was seen as a celestial river, mirroring the Nile. It was the path of the goddess Nut, who arched across the sky, swallowing the sun each evening and giving birth. Her body was covered in stars. Her limbs stretched from horizon to horizon. She was the sky itself, protective, divine. And so, the Egyptians lived in a world where everything spoke. The plants, the animals, the stones, the stars, were part of a sacred language. To walk through a garden, to sail the river, to gaze at the sky, was to enter into communion with the divine. The world was not silent, it was singing, as the sun sets over the Nile, and the breeze stirs the reeds along its banks. The land of Egypt seems to exhale slowly, softly, as it has for thousands of years. The river still flows, the stars still rise, the desert still whispers. And though the voices of the ancient priests have faded, their reverence for the natural world still lingers in the silence. The Egyptians did not see themselves as separate from nature. They were part of it, woven into its rhythms, shaped by its cycles, sustained by its gifts. Their temples were not escapes from the world, but reflections of it. Their rituals were not attempts to control nature, but to honor it. Their myths were not fantasies, but sacred interpretations of the world they lived in. They understood that the land was alive, that the river had a spirit, that the desert had a voice, that the stars had stories. They lived in a state of awareness, of gratitude, of humility, of awe. And in doing so, they created a civilization that endured not only in stone, but in spirit. This deep connection to nature shaped their legacy. It influenced their architecture, their art, their science, their spirituality. It gave them a sense of place, of purpose, of belonging. It reminded them that life was fragile, but also eternal. That death was not an end, but a return. That the world was not a resource to be used, but a mystery to be honored today. As we face a world of rapid change, of environmental crisis, of spiritual searching, the wisdom of ancient Egypt feels more relevant than ever. Their way of seeing, of listening, of aligning, of living in harmony, or as a quiet guide, that the sacred is not elsewhere, but here in the wind, in the water, in the warmth of the sun. To walk beside the Nile, even in memory, is to remember what it means to be human, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath your feet, to look to the sky, not just for weather, but for wonder, to plant with the seasons, to rest with the flood, to rise with the dawn. And so, as you rest now, let the spirit of Egypt wrap around you, like the hush of twilight. Let the rhythm of the river, the breath of the desert, the shimmer of the stars lull you into peace. You are not alone. You are part of the same world the ancients knew. You walk the same earth. You dream beneath the same sky. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Feel the stillness of the sacred land. The lotus blooming, the falcon soaring, the Nile flowing. You are home, and as you drift into sleep, remember, the land still speaks, the river still sings, the stars still guide, and the sacred is all around you. In the shadow of temples and tombs, beneath the gaze of gods and kings, the people of ancient Egypt lived lives of quiet devotion. They rose with the sun, worked with their hands, shared meals with their families, and offered prayers to the divine. Their names may not be carved into stone, but their lives were the heartbeat of the eternal land. Daily life in ancient Egypt was shaped by the Nile. Its flood determined the seasons. Its waters nourished the fields. Its banks cradled the villages. Most Egyptians were farmers, living in mud-brick homes near the river. Their days began early, with the crow of roosters and the soft light of dawn. Men walked to the fields with plows and tools, while women prepared bread, tended gardens, and cared for children. The rhythm of the year followed the river's cycle. During Akhet, the season of inundation, the fields were underwater, and farmers turned to other tasks, repairing tools, helping with temple work, or serving in corvée labor projects. During Pare, the season of emergence, they planted wheat, barley, flax, and vegetables. During Shimu, the season of harvest, they gathered the crops, stored grain, to labor in the fields, to bake bread, to weave cloth. These were sacred acts, part of the divine order. The goddess Renutate watched over the harvest. The god Pete guided the hands of craftsmen. Mat was present in every honest trade, every fair exchange, every act of care. Craftsmen and artisans lived in towns like Deir el-Medina, a village built to house the workers who carved the tombs in the Valley of the Kings. These men were skilled in stonework, painting, and hieroglyphic writing. They worked in teams, creating some of the most beautiful and enduring art in history. Their homes were modest but comfortable, with courtyards, altars, and painted walls. Their lives were recorded in astraco fragments of pottery inscribed, with notes, letters, and sketches offering a rare glimpse into their thoughts, humor, and daily concerns. Merchants and traders traveled the Nile and beyond, bringing goods from Nubia, the Levant, and the Mediterranean. Markets bustled with activities, spices, linen, pottery, jewelry, and livestock exchanged hands. Barter was common, though weights and measures were carefully maintained. Honesty was prized, and cheating was condemned as an offense against Mat families. Were the foundation of society. Marriage was a partnership, often based on affection and mutual respect. Women had legal rights. They could own property, initiate divorce, and run businesses. Mothers were revered, and the image of Isis nursing Horus was a symbol of divine motherhood. Children were cherished. They played with toys made of wood and clay balls, dolls, spinning tops. They learned from their parents, imitating their work, their prayers, their songs. Boys might become scribes, soldiers, or craftsmen. Girls might become priestesses, musicians, or midwives. To be a scribe was to hold the key to knowledge, to serve the gods and the state. Meals were simple but nourishing. Bread and beer were staples, made from emmer wheat and barley. Vegetables like onions, garlic, leeks, and lentils were common. Fish and poultry were eaten more often than red meat. Dates, figs, and honey added sweetness. Meals were shared on mats with hands in the company of family and friends. Homes were built from mud brick, with flat roofs, small windows, and whitewashed walls. The interiors were cool and shaded, with low furniture, woven mats, and clay jars for storage. Roofs were used for sleeping on hot nights, for drying food, for watching the stars. Shrines to household gods were placed in corners, adorned with offerings of flowers, incense, and food. Cleanliness was important. People bathed regularly, using natron and scented oils. Linen clothing was worn light, breathable, and often pleated. Jewelry was common: amulets, bracelets, collars made of faience, gold, and semi-precious stones. Kohl was used to line the eyes, not only for beauty, but to protect against the sun and infection. And through it all, the sacred was never far. People prayed to the gods each morning, offered thanks at meals, and sought blessings for their work. And festivals brought music, dance, and joy. Dreams were interpreted, omens were read. The divine was not confined to temples. It lived in the home, in the field, in the heart. To live in ancient Egypt was to live in rhythm with the land, with the sky, with the sacred. It was to find meaning in the ordinary, to see eternity in the everyday. It was to walk gently, to speak truth, to honor life, in the quiet courtyards of mud-brick homes, in the laughter of children playing by the river, in the gentle hands of a grandmother weaving linen. There lived the heart of ancient Egypt. It was in the rhythms of family life that the soul of the nation truly beat. Women in ancient Egypt held a place of dignity and strength. They were not hidden or silenced. They were present, active, and respected. A woman could own property, inherit land, run a business, and represent herself in court. She could be a priestess, a musician, a midwife, or a scribe. She could be a queen, a regent, even a pharaohess. Hatshepsut and Cleopatra would one day prove. But most women were the heart of the home. They managed the household, prepared food, raised children, and kept the sacred flame of daily life burning. They brewed beer, baked bread, spun thread, and tended gardens. They honored the gods with offerings, told stories by firelight, and passed on the wisdom of generations. Marriage was seen as a partnership. Love poems from the New Kingdom speak of tenderness, longing, and joy. Husbands praised their wives as mistress of the house, beloved of the heart, the one who fills my home with light. Wives spoke of their husbands with affection and pride. While arranged marriages were common, there is evidence of romantic love, of choice, of companionship. Children were cherished as blessings from the gods. Their names often included references to deities: Meritamen, beloved of Amen; Tutankhamun, living image of Amen. Infants were swaddled and protected with amulets. Mothers nursed their babies, sang lullabies, and taught them the ways of the world. Fathers guided their sons, taught them trades, and passed on family values. Play was part of childhood. Children ran barefoot through the fields, splashed in the river, and played games with sticks, stones, and dolls. They had pets, dogs, monkeys, even gazelles. They learned by watching, by helping, by listening. Honor the gods and live in Mat. Elders were honored as keepers of memory. Grandparents told stories of the past, offered blessings, and guided the young. Their wisdom was sought in times of trouble. Their presence was a link to the ancestors, a living bridge between generations. To care for one's parents in old age was a sacred duty, a sign of virtue, a path to divine favor. Community life was close-knit. Neighbors helped one another with harvests, repairs, and celebrations. Festivals brought people together with music, dance, and feasting. Weddings were joyful, funerals solemn but hopeful. Life was shared, its burdens lightened, its joys multiplied. The home was a sacred space. In a corner of the house, a small shrine might hold a statue of Base, the protective dwarf god who guarded mothers and children, or Torit, the hippo goddess of childbirth. Offerings of flowers, bread, and incense were made with quiet devotion. The divine was not distant, was present, woven into the fabric of daily life. Love was not only romantic, it was familial, communal, spiritual. It was expressed in gestures, in care, in presence. A father teaching his son to fish, a mother braiding her daughter's hair, a friend sharing a loaf of bread, a neighbor helping repair a roof. These were acts of love, of ma'at, of sacred, ordinary. And when death came, it was met not with fear, but with reverence. The family mourned, but also celebrated the life lived. They believed the soul would journey to the afterlife, where it would be reunited with loved ones, where it would rest in the field of reeds of paradise, of peace and plenty, in every stage of life, from birth to death, from childhood to old age. The Egyptians found meaning. They did not seek perfection. They sought balance. They lived with gratitude, with humility, with joy. They honored the past, embraced the present, and prepared for eternity. And so, in the quiet moments of daily life, in the kneading of dough, the weaving of cloth, the telling of stories, the eternal was made real. The sacred was not only in the temples, it was in the home, in the family, in the heart. In the land of the Nile, work was not merely toilet, was purpose, it was rhythm. It was a way of aligning with the gods and sustaining the world. Whether one carved stone, shaped clay, copied sacred texts, or hauled baskets of grain, every task was part of the great unfolding of the balance that held the PCU universe together. Among the most respected professions in ancient Egypt were the artisans. These were the sculptors, painters, metalworkers, and builders who gave form to the divine. Their hands shaped the faces of gods, the tombs of kings, the jewelry of queens. They worked in teams, often in state-sponsored workshops, where skill was passed from master to apprentice, father to son. In the village of Deir el-Medina, nestled in the cliffs west of Thebes, lived a community of artisans who built the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. Their homes were modest but orderly, their lives recorded in remarkable detail on astraco fragments of limestone and pottery used for notes, sketches, and letters. These records reveal not only their work schedules and wages, but their jokes, disputes, dreams, and prayers. The artisans worked in rotating crews, spending 8 days on and 2 days off. They carved deep into the rock, painting walls with scenes of gods, stars, and the journey of the soul. They used natural pigments: red ochre, yellow ochre, malachite green, lapis blue, and brushes made from reeds. Their work was precise, symbolic, and deeply spiritual. To paint the face of Osiris, to inscribe the spells of the afterlife, was to participate in eternity. Scribes held a different kind of power. They were the keepers of knowledge, the recorders of law, the voices of the state. Trained from a young age, scribes learned to read and write hieroglyphs, hieratic, and later Demotic script. They copied religious texts, legal documents, tax records, and letters. They worked in temples, palaces, and administrative offices. Their tools were simple red pens, ink made from soot and ochre, papyrus scrolls, but their influence was vast. To be a scribe was to be part of the elite. A famous instruction text, the Satire of the Trades, praises the scribe's life above all others, contrasting it with the hardships of manual labor. Yet, scribes were not aloof. They were deeply involved in the workings of society, measuring fields, recording harvests, managing temple accounts, and preserving the words of the gods. Laborers, too, played a vital role. They built the temples, dug the canals, harvested the grain. Contrary to popular myth, the Great Pyramids were not built by slaves, but by skilled workers and seasonal laborers who were fed, housed, and honored for their service. These men worked in organized crews with names like the Friends of Khufu or the Drunkards of Menkaure. They lived in nearby workers' villages, where archaeologists have found bakeries, breweries, and medical facilities. Their work was grueling, but it was not meaningless. It was part of a grand vision, a monument to the gods, a gateway to the afterlife, a symbol of divine order. To lift a stone, to mix mortar, to align a wall with the stars, these were acts of devotion. The laborer was not forgotten. His sweat was sacred. Other trades flourished as well. Bakers, brewers, potters, weavers, fishermen, and boat builders contributed to the life of the nation. Markets bustled with activity. Goods were traded, weighed, and recorded. Taxes were collected in grain, cloth, and livestock. The economy was both local and expansive, reaching into Nubia, the Levant, and the Mediterranean. Priests and priestesses served in temples, tending to the gods with ritual precision. They bathed, fasted, and wore linen garments. They offered incense, food, and song. They performed daily rites, seasonal festivals, and sacred dramas. Their work was not for the people, it was for the gods. But through their service, the people were blessed. Musicians, dancers, and storytellers brought joy and meaning to daily life. Music was played on harps, flutes, lutes, and sistrums. Songs praised the gods, celebrated love, and marked the seasons. Dancers performed at festivals, weddings, and funerals. Storytellers recited myths, legends, and fables, keeping memory alive, passing wisdom from one generation to the next. In every profession, there was pride, there was skill, there was a sense of belonging. The Egyptians did not divide life into sacred and secular. All work, when done with care and honesty, was sacred. All labor, when aligned with Mat, was a form of worship. And so, in the fields and workshops, in the quarries and kitchens, in the scriptoriums and sanctuaries, the people of Egypt lived their purpose. They worked not only for survival, but for meaning. They built not only for kings, but for eternity. In the grand sweep of history, it is easy to be dazzled by the monuments, the towering pyramids, the golden tombs, the colossal statues. But beneath those wonders lived the quiet grace of ordinary people. Farmers, potters, scribes, mothers, children. They did not rule kingdoms or command armies. They rose with the sun, worked with their hands, shared meals with their families, and whispered prayers to the gods. And in doing so, they built a civilization that still stirs the soul. Their lives were not easy. The sun was hot, the work was hard, the future uncertain. But they found beauty in the everyday, in the scent of fresh bread, in the laughter of children, in the coolness of the Nile breeze, in the hush of twilight as the stars emerged. They lived with presence, with purpose, with reverence. They did not separate the sacred from the simple. To sweep the floor, to grind grain, to mend a net, these were not chores. They were acts of care, of devotion, of mat. The divine was not confined to temples. It lived in the home, in the field, in the heart. They honored the land. They listened to the river. They watched the stars. They knew that life was a gift and that each moment mattered. They did not rush. They did not waste. They lived in rhythm with the earth, with the sky, with the soul. Their wisdom was not written in books, but in gestures, in customs, in the way they treated one another. They valued kindness, honesty, hospitality. They believed in balance, in justice, in the power of a good name. They taught their children to honor the past, to live with integrity, to prepare for eternity. And though their names may be lost, their spirit endures. In the paintings on tomb walls, in the fragments of letters and songs, in the tools they used, the amulets they wore, the prayers they whispered, in the very soil of Egypt, their presence lingers. They remind us that greatness is not only in conquest or wealth, it is in compassion, in community, in the quiet dignity of a life well lived. And so, as you rest now, let the spirit of these ancient souls surround you. Let their calm, their wisdom, their grace settle into your heart. You are not so different from them. You, too, rise with the sun. You, too, seek meaning, connection, peace. You, too, are part of the eternal story. Close your eyes, breathe deeply. Feel the stillness of the sacred ordinary, the warmth of home, the rhythm of work, the joy of family, the hush of evening. You are safe, you are timeless, you are home. And as you drift into sleep, remember, the gods still listen, the river still flows, the stars still shine, and the sacred is all around you in the ordinary, in the now, in you. In the land of ancient Egypt, death was not feared, it was prepared for. It was not an ending, but a passage, a journey from the known to the eternal, a return to the stars, to the gods, to the sacred rhythm of the universe. The Egyptians believed that life continued beyond the tomb, in a realm of beauty, peace, and divine order. But to reach that realm, the soul had to pass through trials, face judgment. It inspired their art, their rituals, their architecture. It gave meaning to their values, their choices, their hopes. To live well was to prepare for the afterlife. To die well was to be reborn. The journey began at death. The body, now still and silent, was not abandoned, was honored. It was washed, anointed, and wrapped in linen. It was adorned with amulets, each chosen for protection, for guidance, for power. The heart scarab, placed over the chest, was inscribed with a spell to prevent the heart from testifying against the soul. The eye of Horus guarded the body. The Ankh symbol promised life. Mummification was a sacred art. The embalmers, often priests, worked with reverence and precision. They removed the internal organs, preserving them in canopic jars guarded by one of the 4 sons of Horus. The stomach, intestines, lungs, and liver were protected by jackal, falcon, baboon, and human-headed deities. The heart, believed to be the seat of the soul, was sometimes left in place, full, carefully preserved. The body was dried with natron, a natural salt, then wrapped in layers of linen. The face was covered with a mask, sometimes painted, sometimes made of gold. The mummy was placed in a coffin, then in a sarcophagus, then in a tomb. Each layer was a shield, a vessel, a prayer. The tomb itself was a house of eternity. Its walls were painted with scenes of daily life, of offerings, of gods and stars. These images were not just decoration, they were magic. They ensured that the soul would have food, drink, music, and joy in the afterlife. Statues of servants, called shabtis, were placed inside, ready to work on behalf of the deceased in the next world. But the soul's journey was not easy. The Ba personality was free to travel, to visit the living, to soar with the birds. But to become an Akar radiant, blessed spirit, the soul had to pass through the Duat, the underworld. The Duat was a realm of mystery and transformation. It was not a place of punishment, but of testing. The soul traveled through gates guarded by fierce beings, recited spells to overcome obstacles, and faced the great serpent Apophis, who sought to devour the light. The journey mirrored the nightly voyage of the sun god Ra, who sailed through the Duat, battled darkness, and rose again at dawn. At the heart of the Duat stood the Hall of Two Truths. Here the soul faced judgment. The god Anubis, and silent, led the deceased to the scales. The heart was placed on one side, on the other the feather of Mat, truth, justice, balance, Thoth. The eye-besetted scribe recorded the result. If the heart was light, the soul was pure. If it was heavy with wrongdoing, it was devoured by Emetha, devourer, part lion, part crocodile, part hippopotamus. The soul would cease to exist. But if the heart was light, the soul was welcomed by Osiris, Lord of the afterlife. The soul entered the field of reeds, a paradise of green fields, clear waters, and eternal peace. Here the soul was reunited with loved ones, lived in harmony, and offered prayers to the gods. It was a mirror of the best of Egypt only, more perfect, more radiant, more free. This vision of the afterlife was not reserved for kings. It was open to all who lived in Matu, spoke truth, who acted with kindness, who honored the gods. And the land, the pyramid texts, the coffin texts, the Book of the Dead doll, offered guidance, not just for the elite, but for anyone who sought eternal life. And so the Egyptians lived with purpose. They built tombs, not out of fear, but out of faith. They spoke the names of the dead, offered bread and beer, and remembered. It was the beginning of a journey through darkness into light, through silence into song, through time into eternity. In ancient Egypt, words were not just sounds, they were power. Spoken or written, they carried the force of creation, protection, and transformation. Spoken at the right time could open gates, calm storms, and guide the soul through the perilous journey of the afterlife. And so they prepared for death, not only with offerings and tombs, but with sacred text spells, prayers, and hymns that lit the path to eternity. The earliest of these were the pyramid texts, carved into the walls of royal tombs during the Old Kingdom. These texts were not meant to be read by the living, they were, for the soul of the deceased, a divine script to be activated in the afterlife. They included invocations to the gods, instructions for navigating the sky, and affirmations of the pharaoh's divinity. With these words, the king would rise like the sun, ascend to the stars, and join the company of the gods. Later, during the Middle Kingdom, these sacred writings evolved into the coffin texts, no longer reserved for royalty. They appeared on the coffins of nobles and commoners alike. The coffin texts expanded the vision of the afterlife, offering more detailed maps of the Duat, more spells for protection, and more hope for the soul's transformation. a flame to take on forms that would help it survive and thrive in the next world, by the new kingdom. These writings had become what we now call the Book of the Dead, though the Egyptians knew it as the Book of Coming Forth by Day. It was not a single book, but a collection of spells, often written on papyrus and placed in the tomb. Some versions were richly illustrated, with scenes of the soul's journey, the weighing of the heart, and the welcoming into the field of reeds. The Book of the Dead was a guidebook for the soul. It included spells to open doors, to avoid traps, to speak the names of guardians, to transform into animals or elements. It offered hymns to Ar, prayers to Osiris, and declarations of innocence. It taught the soul how to address the gods, how to cross rivers of fire, how to stand before the scales with courage and truth. One of the most famous passages is a list of sins it has not committed. I have not stolen. I have not killed. I have not lied. I have not caused pain. This was not just a ritual, it was a moral code, a reflection of the values by which the Egyptians lived, a mirror of Mat. Other texts guided the soul through specific regions of the Duat. The Amduat, the Book of Gates, and the Book of Caverns described the 12 hours of the night, the guardians of each gate, and the transformations of the sun, God Ra. These texts were often painted on the walls of royal tombs, turning the burial chamber into a cosmic map. But sacred words were not only for the dead, they were part of daily life. Priests recited hymns at dawn, scribes copied spells with reverence, families whispered prayers at home altars. Words were carved into amulets, painted on coffins, and spoken over offerings. They were believed to have power even after death. If a spell was damaged or a name erased, the soul could suffer. If a prayer was spoken, the soul could rejoice. The Egyptians also believed in the power of names. To know the true name of a god or a spirit was to hold influence over it. To speak the name of the deceased was to keep them alive. That is why names were written on tombs, statues, and stelae was not entered in silence. It was entered with words, with spells, with songs, with sacred speech. The soul did not wander blindly for a journey, and like any journey, it required a map, a compass, and a guide. The sacred texts of Egypt were all three. They were not just literature, they were lifelines. They were not just beliefs, they were tools. They were not just stories, they were spells. And through them, the Egyptians found courage. Death not with fear, but with faith. They believed that with the right words, the right heart, and the right preparation, the soul could pass through darkness and into light. To the ancient Egyptians, a tomb was not a grave, it was a gateway, a house of eternity, a sacred chamber where the soul could rest, rise, and return to the stars. It was built not only to shelter the body, but to guide the spirit. Every stone, every carving, every corridor was part of a larger design, one that mirrored the cosmos and honored the divine. The earliest tombs were simple masabisfat, roofed rectangular structures made of mud brick. These appeared in the early dynastic period and were used by nobles and officials. Inside, a burial shaft led to a chamber where the body was placed. Above, chapels were built for offerings and remembrance. These tombs were modest but meaningful. They marked the beginning of a tradition that would grow in scale and symbolism. With the rise of the Old Kingdom came the pyramids, monuments of stone and spirit. The step pyramid of Djoser, designed by the architect Imhotep, was the first of its kind. It rose in tiers like a staircase to the heavens. Beneath it lay a labyrinth of chambers, corridors, and false doorsmen to confuse intruders and protect the king's journey to the afterlife. Later pyramids, like those at Giza, became even more refined. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, aligned with the cardinal points and the stars of Orion's belt, was a marvel of engineering and cosmic precision. Its internal chambers were carefully placed, its passages angled to allow the soul to ascend. It was not just a tomb, it was a celestial machine. But pyramids were not only for kings. Nobles and officials built smaller versions or rock-cut tombs, carved into cliffs. These tombs often included a chapel, a shaft, and a burial chamber. The walls were painted with scenes of daily life: farming, fishing, feasting, meant to provide for the soul in the next world. The tomb was a microcosm of Egypt, a place where the soul could live forever in the new kingdom. The royal tombs moved to the valley of the king's hidden necropolis west of Thebes. Here, tombs were carved deep into the limestone hills, their entrances concealed, their corridors winding. The walls were covered with sacred texts, the Amduat, the Book of Gates, the Book of Caverns. These were not decorations, they were maps, spells, and prayers. They turned the tomb into a sacred vessel, a guide through the underworld. The tomb of Tutankhamun, though modest in size, was rich in symbolism. Its walls glowed with golden scenes of the king's journey to the afterlife. Its chambers were filled with treasures, throne statues, and the famous golden mask. Each object had meaning. Land of the dead, the west bank of the Nile, where the sun set, was seen as the threshold between worlds. The cliffs of Thebes, rising above the tombs, were believed to be the arms of the goddess Hathor. Architecture of tombs reflected the Egyptian worldview. The outer structure represented the earth. The inner chambers symbolized the underworld. The ceiling, painted with stars, was the sky. The walls, inscribed with spells, were the path. The sarcophagus, placed at the heart, was the womb of rebirth, false. Doors were carved into the walls, portals through which the Ka could pass to receive offerings. Statues of the deceased were placed in niches, their eyes open, their hands outstretched. They were not just images, they were vessels for the soul. They allowed the dead to see, to hear, to feel. Tombs were also places of memory. Families visited them during festivals, brought food and flowers, recited prayers. They spoke the names of the dead, told their stories, and kept their presence alive. The tomb was not abandoned, was part of the living world. Even the materials used had meaning. Limestone for purity. Every detail was intentional. Every element was sacred. And so, the tomb was more than a resting place. It was a temple, a map, a mirror of the cosmos. It was built with love, with reverence, with hope. It was a promise that the soul would rise, that the journey would continue, that life would never truly end in ancient Egypt. Death was not a severing of ties, it was a transformation of presence. The dead did not vanish. They remained close, watching, listening, waiting, and the living, in turn, did not forget. They remembered, they honored. It was not broken by death, it was deepened. Families believed that their ancestors could bless them, protect them, guide them, to remain strong and radiant in the afterlife. This care began with the funeral. It was not a moment of finality, it was a rite of passage. The body was prepared with reverence, wrapped in linen, adorned with amulets. Priests recited prayers, burned incense, and performed rituals to awaken the senses of the deceased. The opening of the mouth ceremony was one of the most important, mummy symbolically restoring the ability to speak, see, and hear in the next world. The funeral procession moved from the home to the tomb, often crossing the Nile to the West Bank. Mourners wept, sang hymns, and carried offerings. Women played a central role, especially those who took on the role of Isis and Nephthys, the mourning sisters of Osiris. Their cries were not just grief, they were invocation, calling the soul to rise. Once the body was placed in the tomb, the rituals continued. Offerings of food, drink, flowers, and incense were made. Prayers were spoken. The beautiful feast of the valley. They brought fresh offerings, cleaned the chapel, and spent time in communion with their ancestors. They spoke to the dead, asked for guidance, and shared news of the living world. Were not only physical, they were spiritual. The most important offering was the spoken word. To say the name of the deceased was to keep their soul alive. That is why names were carved into tombs, written on stele, and included in prayers. A common inscription read, "An offering which the king gives, and Anubis, lord of the necropolis, that he may give bread." Generations, ensuring that the soul would never be forgotten. Some families hired priests to maintain the tomb and recite prayers. Others relied on descendants to carry on the tradition. In some cases, letters were written to the dead asking for help, expressing sorrow, or sharing joy. These letters were placed in tombs, burned in incense, or spoken aloud. They were not symbolic, they were conversations. The dead were also honored in the home. Small shrines held statues or stele of ancestors. The presence of the ancestors was felt in dreams, in signs, in the quiet moments of reflection. This relationship was reciprocal. The living cared for the dead, and the dead cared for the living. Ancestors could intercede with the gods, protect the household, and bring blessings. They were not passive, they were active participants in the family's life. Even kings honored their predecessors. Temples were built to deified pharaohs. Statues were erected. Rituals were performed. The memory of great rulers was preserved not only in stone, but in ceremony. To forget a king was to weaken the nation. Even the humblest farmer hoped to be remembered. Even the simplest tomb bore the plea, "Say my name, that I may live." And so, the Egyptians lived with an awareness of legacy. They knew that their actions would echo, that their names would carry, that their love would endure. In this way, death was not a wallet, was a doorway, and remembrance was the key. Through ritual, through prayer, through the simple act of speaking a name, the living and the dead remained united. The family extended beyond time. The heart beat beyond the grave. Beyond the trials of the duat, beyond the gates and guardians, beyond the weighing of the heart, there lay a place of peace, a place of light, of laughter, of eternal joy. The Egyptians called it Arutha, field of reeds. It was their vision of paradise, their reward for a life lived in Mahat, their dream of what eternity could be. The field of reeds was not a distant heaven, it was a perfected Egypt, a mirror of the world they knew, but without sorrow, without hunger, without fear. The Nile flowed gently through green fields. Birds sang in the papyrus groves. The sun rose each day in golden splendor. The air was soft, the water sweet, the land abundant. Here, the soul was reunited with loved ones. Families gathered in joy. Friends embraced. Ancestors welcomed the newly arrived. There was no aging, no illness, no pain. The body was whole, the spirit radiant. The soul could eat, drink, sing, and dance. It could walk among the gods, sail with Ra, rest in the shade of Sycamores. The field of reeds was not a place of idleness. It was a place of fulfillment. The soul could farm its own fields, harvest its own crops, build its own home. But the labor was joyful, effortless, eternal. The Shabdi figures buried in the tombs, small statues meant to serve the deceased, would come to life and help with the work. The soul was never alone. This vision of paradise was deeply personal. It reflected the values of Egyptian life: family, land, harmony, and gratitude. It was not about escape, it was about return. A return to the best of what had been. A continuation of what was loved. A homecoming. The field of reeds was also a place of divine presence. The gods walked among the blessed. Osiris ruled with wisdom and grace. Hathor offered music and comfort. Thoth recorded the deeds of the righteous. Mat shimmered in every breeze, every ripple, every smile. The soul was not only safe, it was seen, known, and cherished. To reach the field of reeds was the great hope of every Egyptian. It was the goal of every prayer, the promise behind every ritual, the dream behind every tomb. It was not guaranteed, had to be earned, but it was open to all: kings and farmers, scribes and servants, mothers and children. What mattered was not wealth or status, but truth, a heart light with goodness, a life lived in balance. The field of reeds was described in texts, painted on tomb walls, imagined in dreams. It was a place of golden barley, of lotus ponds, of eternal sunrise, a place where the soul could rest and rejoice, a place where time stood still and love endured. Yet it was not the end. The Egyptians believed that the soul could continue to grow, to learn, to ascend. Some hoped to join the sun god Ra on his solar bark, sailing across the sky by day and through the underworld by night. Others sought to merge with Osiris, to become one with the divine. The field of reeds was not a final destination, it was a beginning. It was a place of peace, yes, but also of purpose, a place where the soul could continue its journey, not in struggle, but in joy, a place where eternity was not empty, but full of beauty, of meaning, of light. And so, the Egyptians lived with hope. They faced death, not with despair, but with faith. They believed that beyond the veil was a garden, that beyond the silence was songs, that beyond the tomb was a field of reeds, waiting to welcome them home. The ancient Egyptians lived with one foot in this world and one in the next. They built their lives not only for the present, but for eternity. They looked to the stars, to the river, to the rising sun, and saw not just beauty, but promise. A promise that life would go on, that the soul would endure, that death was not the end, but a doorway. Their vision of the afterlife was not abstract. It was vivid, detailed, and deeply human. It was filled with fields and flowers, music and meals, family and joy. It was not a place of judgment alone, it was a place of belonging, a place where the soul could be whole again. This vision shaped their art, their architecture, their rituals. It gave meaning to their values, their choices, their hopes. It reminded them to live with integrity, to speak truth, to act with kindness, because every action echoed, every word mattered, every life was sacred, and though thousands of years have passed, their vision still speaks. It speaks in the quiet of museums, where golden masks and painted coffins whisper of eternity. It speaks in the pages of books, in the lines of poems, in the dreams of those who look to the stars and wonder. It speaks in the hearts of those who seek peace, who long for reunion, who believe in something beyond. The Egyptians did not fear death. They prepared for it. They honored it. They walked toward it with open eyes and open hearts. They believed that the soul was eternal, that love was stronger than time, that memory was a kind of magic, and perhaps they were right. Perhaps the field of reeds is not so far away. Perhaps it lives in the moments we cherish, in the names we remember, in the kindness we offer. Perhaps it is not a distant paradise, but a reflection of what we hold most dear: peace, connection, beauty, and belonging. As you rest now, let that vision settle gently into your heart. Let the calm of the Nile, the warmth of the sun, the hush of the tomb guide you into peace. You are not alone. You are part of a story that stretches across millennia. You are walking in the footsteps of those who dreamed of eternity and found it. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, feel the stillness of the sacred, the weight of the stars, the lightness of the heart. You are safe, you are timeless, you are home. And as you drift into sleep, remember, the soul still journeys. The gods still listen, the fields still bloom, and the afterlife still waits with open arms and endless light. In the land of ancient Egypt, the divine was not distant. It walked beside the people, whispered in the wind, shimmered in the stars. They were many, yet they were one. They were eternal, yet ever-changing. They were gods among us. The Egyptian pantheon was vast and vibrant. There were gods of the sun and moon, of love and war, of wisdom and chaos. Some were ancient and cosmic, others local and personal. The light, he rose each morning in the east, sailed across the sky in his solar bark, and descended into the underworld at night. There he battled the serpent, Apophis, the force of chaos, before rising again at dawn. Ra was the cycle of life itself, birth, death, and rebirth. He was often shown with a falcon's head and a sun disk crowned by a cobra. Ra was not alone. He was joined by a host of deities, each with their own domain. Osiris, the green-skinned god of the dead, ruled the afterlife with wisdom and compassion. He had once been king of the living, until he was betrayed and slain by his brother Seth, his wife. Isis gathered his body, restored his life, and conceived their son. Horus, the falcon-headed god of kingship and the sky. This divine family, Osiris, Isis, Horus, and Seth, formed one of the most powerful myths in Egyptian belief. It was a story of love, betrayal, death, and justice. A story that mirrored the cycles of nature and the struggles of the human heart. A story that gave meaning to life and death. Isis, in particular, was beloved. She was the mother, the healer, the protector. She was shown with a throne-shaped crown, or with wings outstretched in embrace. Her magic was powerful, her devotion unmatched. Women prayed to her for fertility, for safety in childbirth, for strength in sorrow. She was not only a goddess, she was a comfort. Horus, her son, grew to challenge Seth and reclaim his father's throne. Their battle was fierce, lasting for years, filled with wounds and trials. In the end, Horus triumphed not through violence alone, but through justice. He became the symbol of rightful kingship, the protector of Egypt, the eye that sees all. His right eye was the sun, his left, the moon. The eye of Horus became a powerful amulet, worn for protection and healing. Seth, though often cast as a villain, was not purely evil. He was the god of the desert, of storms, of chaos. He represented the wild, the unpredictable, the necessary force of disruption. Without Seth, there could be no balance. Without challenge, no growth. He was feared, yes, but also respected. Other gods filled the pantheon with color and complexity. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom and writing, was the scribe of the gods, the inventor of language, the keeper of time. He recorded the weighing of the heart, guided the moon, and brought clarity to confusion. Scribes and scholars honored him, seeking his insight and precision. Hathor, the cow-headed goddess of love, music, and joy, was the mirror of the soul. She welcomed the dead, danced with the living, and poured out blessings like milk. Her temples were filled with music, her festivals with laughter. She was the sweetness of life, the beauty of the world, the warmth of the heart. Anubis, the jackal-headed god of embalming, watched over the dead with quiet care. He guided souls through the underworld, protected tombs, and ensured that the body was preserved. He was not grim, he was gentle. A guardian, a guide, a friend in the dark. And Bastet, the cat-headed goddess, brought protection to the home. She was fierce and tender, a defender of children, a bringer of joy. Cats were sacred. To her and to harm one was a grave offense. She was worshipped in homes and temples alike. Her image found in amulets, statues, and dreams. These gods were not distant ideals, they were present companions. They were honored in temples, invoked in prayers, painted on walls, and carried. In amulets, they were part of daily life. People prayed to them for health, for justice, for love, for rain. They offered bread, beer, flowers, and incense. They sang hymns, told stories, and whispered thanks. The gods were not perfect, they were powerful. They taught lessons, offered guidance, and reflected the complexity of life. They were not above the world, they were within it. And so, the Egyptians lived with the divine. They walked with the gods, spoke their names, and felt their presence in the wind, the river, the stars. A chorus of voices, a dance of forms, a reflection of the sacred in all things. In ancient Egypt, temples were not merely places of worship, they were the very houses of the gods, built with stone and silence, aligned with stars and seasons. They stood as bridges between the earthly and the eternal. Within their walls, the divine was not imagined, it was present. The gods lived there, not in metaphor, but in spirit. Each temple was dedicated to a specific deity, though many honored divine families or triads. At Karnak, Amun reigned alongside his consort Mut and their son Khonsu. At Dendora, Hathor welcomed pilgrims with music and healing. At Edfu, Horus stood guard, his temple rising like a fortress of light. These were not just monuments, they were living sanctuaries. The layout of a temple reflected the journey from the outer world to the inner mystery. Visitors entered through massive pylons towering gateways, carved with scenes of divine triumph. Beyond lay open courtyards, where the public could gather during festivals. Deeper still were hypostyle halls, filled with columns like papyrus stalks, their tops blooming into stone flowers. Light filtered through slits in the ceiling. Dark chamber where the statue of the god was kept. This statue was not symbolic. It was the god's presence, their essence, their dwelling. Only the high priest or pharaoh could enter this space, and only after purification. Each morning, the priest would awaken the god with incense and song, bathe the statue, dress it in fine linen, and offer food and drink. These rituals were not routine, they were sacred acts of hospitality. The temple was a microcosm of the universe. Its walls were inscribed with hymns, myths, and offerings. Its ceilings were painted with stars, its floors with lotus blossoms. Every surface told a story. Every chamber held a purpose. The temple was not just a building, it was a body, a cosmos, a living prayer. Offerings were central to temple life. Bread, beer, wine, meat, fruit, flowers, and incense were brought daily. These gifts were not consumed by the gods, they were transformed. After the ritual, the offerings were redistributed to the priests and temple workers. The act of giving sustained both the divine and the community. Festivals brought the gods out of the sanctuary and into the streets. During the Opet festival in Thebes, the statue of Ammon was carried from Karnak to Luxor in a grand procession. The god traveled by boat along the Nile, his bark adorned with gold and flowers. It was a time of joy, of renewal, of divine presence made visible. Other festivals honored the cycles of nature, the myths of the gods, and the turning of the year. The beautiful feast of the valley, the festival of Bastet, the said festival of King Shipich, brought the community together in celebration. These were not mere holidays, they were sacred reenactments, moments when time folded and the eternal touched the earth. Temples were also centers of learning, healing, and administration. Priests studied astronomy, medicine, and theology. Temples kept records, stored grain, and managed land. They were spiritual and civic hubs, woven into the fabric of daily life. But not all worship happened in temples. The divine was honored in homes, in fields, in hearts. Small household shrines held images of Base, Toret, or Hathor. Farmers offered the first fruits of the harvest. Mothers whispered prayers over sleeping children. The gods were not confined, were everywhere, and the people were not passive. They prayed, they sang, they dreamed, they asked for protection, for guidance, for healing. They offered gratitude, confessed fears, and sought connection. The relationship between human and divine was not distant, it was intimate. The gods were not abstract, they were present. They were the warmth of the sun, the coolness of the breeze, the rhythm of the river. They were the justice in the courtroom, the music in the festival, the silence in the sanctuary. They were not only worshipped, they were welcomed. And so, the temples stood not as relics, but as reminders that the sacred is not far, that the divine walks among us, that in every offering, every prayer, every act of care, the gods are near. In the sacred rhythm of ancient Egypt, the gods were not distant rulers, they were close companions, and between the divine and the people stood a bridge, the priesthood. These were not merely religious officials, they were caretakers, interpreters, and stewards of the sacred. Their role was to maintain Ma'at, the balance between heaven and earth, through ritual, knowledge, and devotion. Priests served in temples across the land, from the grand sanctuaries of Karnak and Edfu to the smaller shrines nestled in villages. Their duties were many and varied, but all were rooted in reverence. They bathed in sacred pools, shaved their heads, wore linen garments, and followed strict codes of purity. Their lives were shaped by discipline, by silence, by service. Each morning, the high priest entered the sanctuary to awaken the god. He lit incense, chanted hymns, and opened the shrine. He washed the statue, anointed it with oils, dressed it in fresh linen, and offered food and drink. These acts were not symbolic, they were real. The god was present, and the priest was the host. The ritual was a conversation, a communion, a renewal of the divine order. Other priests tended to the temple's needs. Some were scribes, copying sacred texts and recording offerings. Others were musicians, playing harps and sistrums during ceremonies. Some were astronomers, watching the stars to align rituals with cosmic rhythms. Each had a role. Each was part of the sacred whole. Women also served in the temples, especially as musicians and chantresses. The god's wife of Ammon, a powerful priestess in Thebes, held both spiritual and political influence. Priestesses of Hathor, Isis, and Bastet led songs, dances, and healing rites. Their voices echoed through the halls. Their presence brought grace and strength. But the divine was not the domain of priests alone. Ordinary people also played a vital role in the spiritual life of Egypt. They prayed at home altars, offered food and flowers, and wore amulets for protection. They visited temples during festivals, brought petitions to the gods, and sought oracles for guidance. Their faith was not formal, it was lived. A farmer might offer the first sheaf of grain to Renenutet, goddess of the harvest. A mother might pray to Toret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, for a safe delivery. A traveler might leave a token at a roadside shrine to Min, god of fertility and the desert. These acts were small but sincere. They were threads in the great tapestry of devotion. Dreams were also a sacred space. People believed that the gods could speak through dreams, forwarding warnings, blessings, or insight. Temples like those of Serapis and Imhotep became centers of dream incubation. Pilgrims would sleep in special chambers, hoping to receive a vision. Upon waking, they would consult priests to interpret the message. The divine was not silent, it spoke in symbols, in sleep, in the stillness of the soul. Magic, or Heka, was another way the Egyptians connected with the divine. Heka was not illusion, it was a sacred force, a gift from the gods. It was used in healing, in protection, in daily life. Spells were recited over amulets, over water, over the sick. Words were power. Names were keys. The magician was not a trickster, but a mediator between worlds. Even the dead were part of this sacred bond. Ancestors were honored with offerings and prayers. Their names were spoken, their wisdom remembered. They were not gone, they were present, watching, guiding, blessing. The family extended beyond time. The divine extended beyond death. And so, the people of Egypt lived in a world alive with spirit. The gods were not confined to temples. They were in the river, in the breeze, in the heart. The priests tended the flame, but the people carried the light. Together, they wove a world where the sacred was not separate, was everywhere. To be Egyptian was to walk with the gods, to speak their names, to feel their presence, to live in Mat. It was not a matter of belief, was a way of being, a way of seeing the divine in all things, a way of remembering that we are never alone. In the temples and tombs of ancient Egypt, the gods looked out from every wall, painted in vivid colors, carved in graceful lines. They stood with poise and power, falcon-headed, lion-bodied, crowned with suns and feathers and serpents. These images were not just decoration, they were windows into the divine. Each form, each symbol, each gesture told a story that helped the people understand the world around them, the world beyond. Egyptian gods were often shown in hybrid forms, part human, part animal. This was not to make them stringent, was to make them clear. The animal forms expressed their essence, their energy, their role in the great balance of life. Horus, the falcon-headed god, soared above the earth, his sharp eyes watching over kings and kingdoms. His wings were the sky, his gaze the sun. He was strength, vision, protection. Anubis, with the head of a jackal, guided the dead through the underworld. Jackals were seen near cemeteries, and so Anubis became their guardian. His black fur symbolized the fertile soil of the Nile, the promise of rebirth. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, stood with a writing palette and red pen. The ibis, with its curved beak and patient movements, was a symbol of thought and reflection. Thoth recorded the weighing of the heart, measured time, and brought clarity to confusion. Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of war and healing, radiated fierce power. Her breath was the desert wind, her rage the heat of plague. But she could also bring healing and peace. She was both destroyer and protector. Bastet, her gentler counterpart, appeared as a domestic cat, graceful, watchful, loving. She guarded the home, soothed the heart, and brought joy. Her festivals were filled with music and laughter. The gods also wore crowns and carried symbols that revealed their roles. The Ankh, shaped like a looped cross, symbolized life. The Waz scepter stood for power and dominion. The Jed pillar represented stability and endurance. The feather of Ma'at, light and delicate, stood for truth and justice. Ra wore the sun disk, encircled by a cobra. Osiris held the crook and flail, symbols of kingship and fertility. Hathor wore a crown of cow horns, cradling the sun. Each detail was intentional. Each image was a key to understanding. But the gods were not only seen, they were told. Their stories were passed down in myths, hymns, and temple inscriptions. These myths were not just entertainment, they were sacred truths wrapped in metaphor and memory. The myth of Osiris and Isis was one of the most beloved. Osiris, a wise and just king, was betrayed by his brother Seth, who killed him and scattered his body. Isis, his devoted wife, searched the land, gathered the pieces, and restored him to life. Their son, Horus, grew to avenge his father and reclaim the throne. This story was not just about gods, justice and renewal. The daily journey of Ra across the sky was another sacred tale. Each morning he rose in the east, bringing light to the world. Each night he descended into the underworld, where he battled the serpent, Apophis, the force of chaos. With the help of other gods, he triumphed and rose again. This cycle mirrored the sun, the seasons, the soul's journey through darkness into light. The creation myths varied by region, but all spoke of a time before, time when the world was water and darkness. From this chaos rose the first God, who created the others, who shaped the land, who brought order. In Heliopolis, it was Adam who emerged from the primeval mound. In Hermopolis, it was the Ogdoadate deities of water, air, darkness, and infinity. In Memphis, it was Ptah who created the world through thought and speech. These stories were not fixed, they evolved, adapted, intertwined. The gods merged, split, changed names and forms. Amun became Amun-Ra. Hathor and Sekhmet were two sides of one divine force. Isis absorbed the traits of many goddesses and became a universal mother. The pantheon was not rigid, was fluid, like the Nile dot, and yet, through all this change, the essence remained. The gods were reflections of the sacred order. They embodied the forces of nature, the values of society, the mysteries of the soul. They were not distant, they were near. Not perfect, they were powerful. Not human, but deeply humane. To see a god's image was to remember. To hear a god's story was to understand. To speak a god's name was to connect. The art and myth of Egypt were not separate from life, they were life illuminated. In ancient Egypt, the gods were not distant deities to be worshipped from afar. They were woven into the very fabric of identity. From the moment of birth to the final breath, the divine was present. Names, roles, values, and even the structure of society were shaped by the gods. They were not only honored, they were lived. Many Egyptians bore names that included the names of gods. A child might be called Meritomen, beloved of Amun; Tutankhamun, living image of Amun; or Sitamun, daughter of Amun. These names were not just labels, they were blessings, declarations of connection, hopes for divine favor. To carry a god's name was to carry their presence. The gods also shaped the ideals of character. Mat, the goddess of truth, balance, and justice, was not only a deity, she was a principle. To live in Mawat was to live with honesty, compassion, and harmony. It meant treating others fairly, honoring the gods, and respecting the natural order. Children were taught to speak Ma'at, do Ma'at, live in Mat. It was the foundation of morality, law, and daily life. This moral compass extended to the afterlife. In the Hall of Two Truths, the heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Mat. A heart heavy with wrongdoing would be devoured. By Amit, a heart light with truth would be welcomed into the field of reeds. The gods were not only judges, they were examples. Their stories taught lessons. Their presence inspired virtue. Nowhere was the divine more visible than in the figure of the pharaoh. The king was not merely a ruler, he was the living embodiment of Horus, the falcon god of kingship. Upon death, he became Osiris, lord of the afterlife. This divine kingship was not about power alone, it was about responsibility. The pharaoh was the guardian of Mawat, the bridge between gods and people, the one who ensured the Nile flowed, the sun rose, and the temples thrived. The pharaoh performed rituals, offered sacrifices, and built temples, not for personal glory, but to sustain the cosmic order. His crown bore the cobra of Wajet and the vulture of Nekbet, symbols of protection and unity. His regalia, his titles, his actions were all steeped in divine symbolism. He was not above the gods he served them. But the divine was not reserved for royalty. Ordinary people also felt the gods in their lives. A fisherman might pray to Sobek, the crocodile god of the river. A weaver might offer thanks to Neith, the goddess of creation and war. A child might wear an amulet of Base, the dwarf god of joy and protection. The gods were not abstract, they were intimate. They were present in birth and in death, in joy and in sorrow. They were called upon in illness, in love, in fear. They were thanked for blessings, consulted for decisions, and honored. In dreams, the gods were not only in the heavens, they were in the home, in the heart, in the hush of the evening breeze. Temples were grand, but so were the quiet acts of devotion. A flower placed at a shrine, a whispered prayer before sleep, a name spoken with reverence. These small gestures were powerful. They kept the bond alive. They reminded the people that the gods were not only to be worshipped, they were to be welcomed. And so the gods shaped not only the cosmos, but the soul. They were not distant creators, they were close companions. They offered guidance, comfort, and meaning. They were the light in the sky, the voice in the silence, the strength in the storm. To live in ancient Egypt was to live with the gods, not as distant ideals, but as daily presences. They were in the stories told to children, in the symbols carved into amulets, in the values passed from parent to child. They were not only remembered, they were lived. Though the temples have fallen silent, and the priests no longer chant at dawn, the gods of ancient Egypt have not vanished. Their names still echo in museums and books, in dreams and symbols, in the quiet corners of memory. They live on not only in stone and scroll, but in the human imagination, in the longing for meaning, in the search for the sacred. The images of Isis with her wings outstretched, of Horus with his falcon gaze, of Anubis watching over the dead Ds, are more than relics. They are reminders. Reminders that once people saw the divine in every part of life. That once the sacred was not hidden, it was everywhere. The myths of Egypt still speak. They speak of love that endures beyond death, of justice that triumphs over chaos, of light that rises after darkness. They speak of gods who are not perfect but powerful, who feel, who struggle, who guide. They offer not dogma but story, not fear but wonder, and perhaps that is why they endure. In a world that often feels fragmented and fast, the Egyptian vision offers something different. A world where time flows in cycles, where the sun is reborn each day, where death is not an end but a transformation, where the divine is not distant but near. The gods of Egypt remind us that the sacred can be found in the ordinary, in the warmth of the sun, in the rhythm of the river, in the kindness of a gesture, in the whisper of a name. They remind us that to live with reverence is to live with depth, that to honor the past is to enrich the present. Their temples may be ruins, but their presence remains. In the art that still stirs the soul, in the stories that still inspire, in the symbols that still protect, in the hearts of those who seek connection, beauty, and truth. And so, as you rest now, let the presence of these ancient gods surround you. Let the calm of Mat, the wisdom of Thoth, the love of Isis, the strength of Horus settle gently into your spirit. You are not alone. You are part of a story that stretches across millennia. A story of wonder, of devotion, of the divine. Among us. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, feel the stillness of the sacred, the hush of the stars, the warmth of the gods. You are safe, you are timeless, you are home. And as you drift into sleep, remember, the gods still walk, the stories still live, the sacred still sings, and the divine is never far, it is within you. In the land of ancient Egypt, magic was not a trick or illusion, it was a force, a presence, a truth. It was called Heka, and it flowed through the world like the Nile through the desert. It was the power of creation, the breath of the gods, the thread that connected the seen and the unseen, and it was everywhere. Heka was not reserved for priests or magicians. It lived in the hands of mothers, in the prayers of farmers, in the dreams of children. It was part of daily life, woven into rituals, whispered in spells, carved into charms. It was not separate from religion or science, it was the sacred energy that animated both. One of the most beloved expressions of this magic was the amulet. Small, beautiful, and powerful, amulets were worn by the living and buried with the dead. They were made of stone, faience, gold, or clay. They were shaped like gods, animals, symbols, or sacred objects, and each one carried meaning. The eye of Horus, or Wedget, was among the most common. It symbolized protection, healing, and restoration. According to myth, Horus lost his eye in battle with Seth, and it was restored by Thoth. The eye became a symbol of wholeness, of recovery, of divine watchfulness. People wore it around their necks, placed it on coffins, and painted it on boats. The scarab, beetle, or kepper was another powerful symbol. The scarab rolled its ball of dung across the ground, just as the sun god Ra rolled the sun across the sky. It became a symbol of rebirth, transformation, and the rising sun. Scarabs were worn as jewelry, used as seals, and placed over the heart of the deceased to protect the soul in the afterlife. The ankh, shaped like a looped cross, represented life, eternal, divine, and sacred. It was held in the hands of gods, offered to pharaohs, and worn by the faithful. It was not just a symbol, it was a promise. Other amulets included the Jed pillar for stability, the Tayat knot of Isis for protection, the Shen ring for eternity, and the heart amulet to preserve the soul's integrity. Each was chosen with care, blessed with words, and worn with faith. But magic was not only worn, it was spoken. Words held power. To name something was to know it. To speak a spell was to shape reality. Spells were recited for healing, for childbirth, for protection, for love. They were written on papyrus, carved into walls, and whispered in the dark. Some spells called upon the gods. Others invoked the power of nature, the wind, the river, the stars. Some were passed down through families, others taught in temples. All were rooted in belief. Belief that the world was alive, that the divine listened, that the soul could shape its path. Dreams were another sacred space. The Egyptians believed that dreams were messages from the gods, from the dead, from the deeper self. They were not random, they were revelations. A dream of a rising sun might mean renewal. A dream of a crocodile might be a warning. A dream of a loved one might be a blessing. Temples like those of Serapis and Imhotep became centers of dream incubation. Pilgrims came seeking answers, healing, or guidance. They bathed, fasted, and slept in special chambers. In the morning, they shared their dreams with priests who interpreted the symbols and offered counsel. The dream was not just a vision, it was a conversation with the divine. Even the home was filled with quiet magic. Protective spells were written on doorways. Images of base and turret guarded mothers and children. Incense was burned to purify the air. Water was blessed and sprinkled. Songs were sung to soothe, to heal, to honor. Magic was not feared, was embraced. It was not hidden, it was honored. It was not superstition, it was sacred science. A way of understanding the world. A way of shaping it with care, with intention, with love. And so, the Egyptians lived in a world where every object, every word, every dream could carry power. Where the divine was not distant, it was near. In the amulet worn close to the heart, in the spell whispered at dawn, in the dream that lingered at sunrise. To live in ancient Egypt was to live in a world alive with meaning, a world where belief was not passive, it was active, a force that protected, healed, and transformed, a quiet magic, sacred. In the grand temples of Egypt, the gods were honored with incense, hymns, and offerings. But in the quiet corners of the home, they were welcomed with warmth, simplicity, and love. The divine was not confined to stone sanctuaries, lived in kitchens, courtyards, and sleeping chambers. It watched over families, guarded children, and blessed the daily rhythms of life. Household gods were central to this intimate spirituality. They were not distant creators or cosmic rulers. They were protectors, companions, and friends. Among the most beloved was Base, the dwarf god, with a lion's mane, wide eyes, and a mischievous grin. He was fierce and funny, a guardian of mothers and children, a chaser of evil spirits. His image was carved on bedposts, painted on walls, and worn as amulets. He danced, played music, and made faces to scare away harm. To invite Base into the home was to invite joy, safety, and laughter. Taweret, the hippo-headed goddess, with the limbs of a lion and the tail of a crocodile, was another powerful presence. She was the protector of childbirth, the guardian of pregnant women, the fierce mother who stood between danger and her children. Her statues stood in bedrooms. Her image was etched into amulets. Her name was whispered in prayers. She was not beautiful in the traditional sense, but she was beloved. She was strength, comfort, and fierce love. Other deities watched over the home as well. Hathor brought music and sweetness. Isis offered healing and wisdom. Anubis guarded the threshold between life and death. Even the sun god Ra was honored at dawn. As light spilled through the doorway and the day began, rituals were woven into daily life. At sunrise, a simple prayer might be spoken. May Ra rise in peace. May this day be guided by Mat. At night, incense might be burned to purify the air and calm the spirit. Water might be sprinkled to bless the home. Bread might be left as an offering, not because the gods needed it, but because the act of giving was sacred. Birth, illness, and death were marked with special care. A woman in labor might wear an amulet of Taweret, drink water blessed by a priest, or be surrounded by protective charms. A sick child might be soothed with a lullaby that doubled as a healing spell. A dying elder might be comforted with prayers, oils, and the presence of loved ones. These were not superstitions. They were acts of love, of faith, of connection. Even ordinary objects could carry sacred power. A comb carved with the image of a goddess, a mirror shaped like the eye of Hathor, a jar inscribed with protective words. These items were not just tools, they were talismans. They reminded the user that the divine was near, that every act, brushing hair, pouring water, lighting a lamp, could be sacred. The home itself was a temple in miniature. Its walls were painted with symbols of protection. Its corners held small altars or niches for offerings. Its rooms were arranged with care, aligned with the sun, the wind, the flow of life. The threshold was guarded with spells. The hearth was honored as the heart of the home. Children grew up surrounded by this quiet magic. They learned the names of the gods, the meanings of symbols, the power of words. They played with dolls shaped like bass, wore amulets around their necks, and listened to stories that blended myth and memory. They learned that the world was alive, that the sacred was not far, that they were never alone. And so the Egyptians lived with a sense of presence. The gods were not only in the sky, they were in the smile of a child, the warmth of a fire, the hush of evening. Magic was not only in spells, it was in kindness, in care, in the way one moved through the world. To live in ancient Egypt was to live in a world where the divine was always near, in the flicker of a flame, in the whisper of a prayer, in the shape of a charm worn close to the heart. In ancient Egypt, healing was not just a matter of the body, it was a matter of the soul. Illness was seen not only as a physical imbalance, but as a disruption of Mat, the sacred harmony that governed all things. To heal was to restore that balance. To soothe pain was to invite the divine back into alignment. And so, medicine and magic walked hand in hand. The Egyptians were skilled observers of the human body. They studied anatomy, diagnosed symptoms, and developed treatments using herbs, minerals, and surgical techniques. Their medical texts, like the Ebers Papyrus and the Edwin Smith Papyrus, recorded hundreds of remedies for ailments ranging from toothaches to childbirth complications. They knew how to set bones, stitch wounds, and treat infections with honey, garlic, and resin. But alongside these practical methods, they invoked the power of the gods. A healer might recite a spell while applying a poultice. A priest might anoint a wound with sacred oil while calling on Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of both plague and healing. A mother might whisper a protective charm over her child's fevered brow, asking Isis to wrap her wings around the little one. Priests played a central role in healing. Many temples had special chambers for the sick, places of rest, ritual, and renewal. The temple of Imhotep, the deified architect and physician, became a center of healing pilgrimage. People came from far and wide to sleep in the sanctuary, hoping for a dream that would reveal the cure. In the morning, they would share their visions with the priests, who offered interpretations and treatments. Imhotep himself was a symbol of the sacred healer. Once a mortal man, he had served as vizier to Pharaoh Djoser and designed the first step pyramid, but his wisdom in medicine and architecture elevated him to divine status. He became the patron of physicians, the bringer of remedies, the one who knew the secrets of the body and the stars. Midwives and wise women also held deep knowledge. They assisted in childbirth, prepared herbal infusions, and offered comfort to the sick and dying. They knew which plants eased pain, which prayers calmed fear, which charms protected the vulnerable. Their work was quiet, tender, and powerful. Healing was holistic. It addressed the body, the mind, the spirit. A person suffering from grief might be given a charm to wear, a story to hear, a ritual to perform. A person plagued by nightmares might sleep with an amulet under their pillow, or visit a priest to interpret the dream. A person facing death might be surrounded by family, soothed with oils, and guided with prayers into the next world. The gods were always near. Sekhmet, fierce and radiant, could bring disease, but also drive it away. Thoth, wise and precise, offered clarity and balance. Isis, the great healer, used her magic to mend broken bodies and broken hearts. Even Base, with his laughter and growl, was called upon to scare away illness and despair. Spells were spoken with care. Some were long and poetic, invoking the names of gods and stars. Others were simple and direct. Depart, O pain, in the name of Ra. Words were believed to carry power, not only to describe, but to transform. To speak healing was to begin. Healing water was also sacred. It was drawn from the Nile or temple wells, blessed with prayers, and used to wash, anoint, or drink. It carried the purity of the gods, the flow of life, the promise of renewal. Oils, too, were infused with herbs, an intention used to soothe the skin, calm the spirit, and mark the body as sacred. Healing was not always about curing. Sometimes it was about comforting, about reminding the sick that they were not alone, that the gods were near, that their pain was seen, their suffering honored, their soul held in light. And so the Egyptians lived with a deep sense of care. They tended to one another with hands and hearts. They believed that healing was not only a science, it was a sacred act, a way of restoring Ma'at, a way of honoring life. To live in ancient Egypt was to live in a world where the body was a temple, the soul a star, and healing a bridge between the two. Asterisk in the stillness of the tomb, where the air was heavy with incense and silence. The Egyptians prepared for a journey unlike any other. Death was not an end, it was a passage, and like any journey, it required guidance, protection, and sacred tools. The soul would face trials, cross thresholds, and stand before the gods. And so, the living equipped the dead with magic, not just in objects, but in words, the most powerful. Of these words were found in sacred texts. The earliest were the pyramid texts, carved into the walls of royal tombs in the Old Kingdom. These spells were not meant to be read by the living, they were for the soul. They called upon the gods, described the path to the stars, and affirmed the king's divinity. With these words, the pharaoh would rise like Ra, ascend to the heavens, and join the eternal. Later, the coffin texts expanded this magic to nobles and commoners. Written on coffins, stele, and tomb walls, they offered more detailed maps of the underworld, more spells for protection, more hope for the soul's transformation. They spoke of becoming a bird, a lotus, a flame shapes that could pass through danger and reach the light by the new kingdom. These writings evolved into what we now call the Book of the Dead, though the Egyptians knew it as the Book of Coming Forth by Day. It was not a single book, but a collection of spells, often written on papyrus and placed in the tomb. Some versions were richly illustrated, showing the soul's journey through the duat, the weighing of the heart, and the arrival in the field of reeds. These texts were not just literature, they were lifelines. They included spells to open gates, to calm guardians, to transform the soul into animals or elements. They offered hymns to Ra, prayers to Osiris, and declarations of innocence. They taught the soul how to speak, how to walk, how to remember its name. One of the most famous spells was spell 125, the negative confession. In it, the soul stood before Osiris and recited a list of sins it had not committed. I have not stolen, I have not lied, I have not caused pain, I have not turned away the hungry. This was not only a ritual, it was a reflection of values, a mirror of Mat, a reminder that the afterlife was not earned by wealth or status, but by truth. Amulets were also placed with the dead. The heart scarab, inscribed with a spell to silence the heart during judgment. The eye of Horus, to restore sight and wholeness. The Jed pillar, to grant strength. The Tayat knot, to invoke the protection of Isis. Each amulet was chosen with care, placed with intention, and activated with words. The body itself was wrapped in linen, layer upon layer, with spells tucked between the folds. The wrappings were not just for preservation, they were for protection. They formed a cocoon of magic, a shield of sacred speech. The mummy was not a corpse, it was a vessel of transformation. The tomb was also a magical space. Its walls were painted with scenes of offerings, of gods, of daily life. These images were not decorative, they were functional. They ensured that the soul would have food, drink, music, and joy in the next world. The tomb was a house of eternity, a map of the cosmos, a sanctuary of spells. Even the funerary rituals were filled with magic. The opening of the mouth ceremony, performed by priests, symbolically restored the senses of the deceased. With a ritual tool, they touched the mouth, eyes, and ears, so the soul could speak, see, and hear in the afterlife. Incense was burned, prayers were chanted, and the journey began. The living also played a role. They visited the tomb, brought offerings, and spoke the name of the dead. To speak a name was to keep the soul alive. To forget was to let it fade. And so, remembrance became a sacred act, a form of magic, a bridge between worlds. Funerary magic was not about fear, it was about love. It was about helping the soul find its way, about honoring the life that had been lived, about trusting that the gods would receive the departed with grace. And so, the Egyptians faced death, not with despair, but with devotion. They believed that with the right words, the right symbols, the right heart, the soul could pass through darkness and into light. To live in ancient Egypt was to live with the knowledge that death was not the end, that the journey continued, that magic, memory, and love would carry the soul home. In the rhythm of the Egyptian year, there were moments when the sacred burst into celebration, when the gods left their temples, the people filled the streets, and the air shimmered with music, incense, and joy. These were the festivals, sacred days when the divine and the human danced together, when belief became visible, audible, alive. Festivals were not rare, they were woven into the calendar, like stars into the sky. Some honored the gods, others marked the seasons, still others celebrated mythic events. Each was a renewal, a reminder, a reawakening of the sacred. One of the most beloved was the Opet festival in Thebes. Each year, the statue of Amun, hidden most of the time in the dark sanctuary of Karnak Temple, was brought out and carried in procession to Luxor Temple. The god traveled by boat along the Nile, accompanied by priests, musicians, dancers, and cheering crowds. Offerings were made, hymns were sung, and the bond between the god, the king, and the people was renewed. It was a time of joy, of unity, of divine presence made visible. Another cherished celebration was the beautiful Feast of the Valley. During this festival, families crossed the Nile to visit the tombs of their ancestors. They brought food, flowers, and incense. They cleaned the chapels, shared meals, and remembered the dead with love and laughter. It was not a somber occasion, it was a reunion, a celebration of continuity, of memory, of the eternal family. The festival of Bastet, held in her city of Bubastis, was known for its exuberance. Pilgrims arrived by boat, singing and playing music. They brought offerings of wine, perfume, and flowers to the temple of the cat goddess, who embodied protection, pleasure, and the warmth of home. The celebration was filled with dancing, feasting, and gratitude. Other festivals marked the cycles of nature. The rising of Sirius and the flooding of the Nile were celebrated as signs of renewal. The said festival, held for the pharaoh, reaffirmed his strength and divine right to rule. The festival of the valley, the feast of Wagi, the Day of the Dead each brought the community together in sacred rhythm. These festivals were not just religious, they were magical. They reenacted myths, honored gods, and aligned the people with cosmic forces. They were moments when time folded, when the past and present touched, when the divine walked among the living. Rituals were central to these celebrations. Priests performed sacred dramas, musicians played hymns, dancers moved in patterns that mirrored the stars. Offerings were made: bread, beer, meat, fruit, incense. Statues of the gods were carried in barks, veiled and crowned, their presence felt in every step. But the people were not passive observers. They sang, they clapped, they prayed. They decorated their homes, wore their finest clothes, and joined in the processions. Children laughed, elders offered blessings, families gathered. In joy, the festivals were for everyone. They reminded the people that they were part of something greater, that the gods were not distant, but near. Magic was not only in the rituals, it was in the atmosphere, in the scent of lotus and myrrh, in the shimmer of gold and linen, in the sound of sistrums and flutes, in the feeling of awe, of connection, of wonder. These celebrations also served as moments of healing and renewal. The sick came seeking blessings. The troubled came seeking peace. The grateful came to give thanks. The gods listened. The community embraced. The sacred was not hidden, it was shared. Even the landscape participated. The Nile, rising with the flood, was seen as the tears of Isis or the breath of Hapi. The desert winds carried the voices of the gods. The stars aligned with temples, marking the seasons, guiding the rituals. Nature itself was part of the celebration. And so, the festivals were more than events, they were sacred rhythms. They reminded the people of their place in the cosmos. They renewed the bond between earth and sky, between the living and the dead, between the human and the divine. To live in ancient Egypt was to live in a world where the sacred was not occasional, it was cyclical. It returned with the flood, with the stars, with the songs. It was not hidden in mystery, it was danced in the streets. The magic of ancient Egypt was not loud. It did not shout or dazzle. It whispered, it lingered. It lived in the spaces between breath and prayer, between sunrise and silence. It was not about control, it was about connection, a way of being in the world that honored the seen and the unseen. the known and the mysterious. This quiet magic was not confined to temples or tombs. It was carried in the pocket of a farmer, in the lullaby of a mother, in the dreams of a child. It was etched into amulets, spoken in spells, painted on walls. It was not superstition, it was sacred attention, a way of seeing the world as alive, as meaningful, as filled with presence. The Egyptians did not divide life into sacred and secular. All was sacred. To plant a seed was to trust the gods. To light a lamp was to invite protection. To speak a name was to keep a soul alive. Every gesture, every word, every object could carry power. It was offered with intention, with reverence, with love, and perhaps that is why their magic still speaks. In a world that often feels rushed, fragmented, and uncertain, the Egyptian way offers something different. A slower rhythm, a deeper gaze, a belief that the sacred is not for it, is here, in the warmth of a hand, in the flicker of a flame, in the hush of a dream. Their symbols still surround us. The ankh, the eye of Horus, the scarab, they appear. In jewelry, in art, in quiet corners of memory. Their stories still echo. Isis searching for Osiris, Ra sailing through the underworld, Mat weighing the heart. These are not just myths, they are mirrors. They reflect our longing for meaning, for justice, for love that endures. Their rituals remind us that we too can live with intention, that we can bless our homes, honor our ancestors, speak words that heal, that we can find magic not in spectacle but in presence, in the way we care, in the way we remember, in the way we believe. And so, as you rest now, let the quiet magic of Egypt settle around you. Let the symbols of protection, the whispers of dreams, the rhythm of sacred breath guide you into peace. You are not alone. You are part of a lineage of wonder, of reverence, of light. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, feel the stillness of the sacred, the hush of the gods, the warmth of the unseen. You are safe, you are timeless, you are home. And as you drift into sleep, remember, the amulet still protects, the spell still soothes, the dream still speaks, and the magic is still here, quiet, gentle, and waiting to be seen. The magic of ancient Egypt was never about spectacle. It was not thunder or lightning. It was not about bending the world to one's will. It was about harmony, about listening, about living in rhythm with the sacred that pulsed through every grain of sand, every breath of wind, every heartbeat. This magic hecker was not confined to the elite or the initiated. It belonged to everyone. It was in the hands of the potter, the voice of the priestess, the lullaby of the mother, the dreams of the shepherd. It was in the way people greeted the morning sun, in the way they honored the dead, in the way they whispered a prayer before planting a seed. And it was not separate from the divine. The gods were not distant beings to be feared. They were companions, guardians, listeners. They were present in the home, in the field, in the river, in the stars. They were called by name, offered bread and beer, and invited into the quiet spaces of life. The Egyptians did not ask whether the gods were real. They lived as if they were, and in doing so, they created a world where the sacred was not something to be found. It was something to be remembered. Their amulets were not just ornaments, they were promises. The eye of Horus watched over the traveler. The ankh offered life. The scarab whispered of rebirth. These symbols were worn close to the skin, placed in tombs, carved into walls, not as decoration, but as devotion. Their spells were not just words, they were bridges between fear and courage, between illness and healing, between life. A spell was a way of speaking to the world, of shaping it with intention, of aligning with the forces that held the cosmos together. Their dreams were not dismissed, they were honored. A dream could be a message, a warning, a blessing. It could carry the voice of a god, the memory of an ancestor, the wisdom of the soul. To dream was to listen, to interpret was to understand, to act was to believe. And their rituals, whether grand festivals or quiet offerings, were not empty gestures. They were acts of alignment, of gratitude, of renewal. They reminded the people that they were part of something vast, beautiful, and eternal. Even in death, the magic continued. The tomb was not a place of sorrow, it was a house of eternity. The body was wrapped in spells, the soul guided by sacred texts, the names spoken to keep the spirit alive. The journey through the underworld was not a descent into darkness, it was a return to light. And through it all, there was Mat, the principle of balance, truth, and harmony. It was not just a goddess, it was a way of life. To live in Mah was to live with integrity, to speak truth, to act with kindness, to honor the gods, the land, and one another. This was the quiet magic of Egypt, not loud, not boastful, but enduring. And it still speaks. It speaks in the symbols we wear, in the stories we tell, in the way we light a candle or whisper a wish. It speaks in the way we remember our ancestors, in the way we seek meaning in dreams, in the way we find comfort in ritual. It speaks in the way we long for connection, for something greater, deeper, more lasting. The Egyptians remind us that magic is not something we need to find. It is something we already carry, in our breath, in our words, in our wonder. They remind us that the sacred is not far. It is here, in the warmth of a hand, in the hush of twilight, in the rhythm of the heart. And they remind us that belief is not weakness, it is strength. It is the courage to live with reverence, to see the world not as random, but as radiant, to walk gently, speak kindly, and act with care. So, as you rest now, let that quiet magic surround you. Let the symbols of protection, the whispers of dreams, the rhythm of sacred breath guide you into peace. You are not alone. You are part of a lineage of wonder, of reverence, of light. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Feel the stillness of the sacred, the hush of the gods, the warmth of the unseen. You are safe. You are timeless. You are home. And if this journey through ancient Egypt has brought you peace, insight, or wonder, if it has helped you sleep, helped you dream, helped you remember the sacred in your own life, then I invite you to stay with me. If you enjoyed this episode, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter in our journey through the ancient world. And feel free to share your thoughts or dreams in the comment side. Love to hear from you. There are many more stories to tell, many more gods to meet, many more mysteries to explore. Until then, may your dreams be gentle, your heart be light, and your spirit walk always in Ma single quotes at good night.